has made it to the regionals and been undefeated this past season. 4 of the girls on the team: first baseman Jocelyn Bauman, and third base pitcher Sophia DeAndrea, pitcher shortstop Sophia DeValley, and second base pitcher is Madsen Smith, have played together on all the All-Star teams for the last 4 years. Congratulations to you. And this quartet has also won 4 consecutive Mass State championships in 10U and 12U play. These consecutive championships are remarkable, but I also hope that your team remembers this experience in the future, so you recognize the importance of teamwork, working hard and playing hard, and the value in working together to be successful. So congratulations and best of luck to all your future endeavors. We have some certificates we'd like to hand out. Maybe have your coach come over and you come on down here now this way.
Yeah, I can do it just in case I get lost. All right, you ready? Yep. We're going to start with Amaya Fablaze. You want her to go up to you or here or here? Sophia DeAndrea. Come in. Sophia Rogers. Jocelyn Bauman. Could have sent you in order. Madsen Smith. Thank you. Sophia Carrero. Thank you. Sophia Del Valle. Leah Becker. Jalen Butchico. Thank you. Chloe Sergi. Annie Friend. Thank you. And Maya Dominic. Who's right here? Knock the flags down. This is Rob Bauman. I'm Karen. Lou's not here today. Oh, you're not? No. Karen? Yes. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Go ahead. You can go on that side too, I think. You guys stand up here. Can have the council. Oh, the council comes down. Yep. Uncle friends. Tell me the district council. We'll try to do that. Okay. Perfect. I was just bumped into the microphone. Okay, congratulations, parents, congratulations. And to the parents too, congratulations, must have been a fun time. So. Okay, good luck next year. Thank you. That's it. Okay. Next we have the, okay, let's bring in District 4 softball. Another set of champions coming in here tonight. Okay. So this District 4 softball team was comprised of players from the District 4 who play for Jack Barry Little League, Jesse Paquette Little League, and Joe Swartz Little League. 2 players graduating this year, Mackenzie Snow and Lexi Garabedian. They won 2 out of the 3 play games, along with their quarterfinal game versus Pennsylvania, 9-3, won their semifinal game versus New Jersey, 4-0. scored a total of 58 runs in 6 games and finished with a 4-2 record. And looking forward to 2025, and we plan on winning this time. So congratulations to the team. And Coach, did you want to? Okay. Right. Okay. Oh, pick one. Oh, don't pick it. Oh, right there.
All right, so how do you want this?
Right now, for the board in there. Number.
Okay. A little awkward. All set? 00, Riley Cormier, who is not here.
Okay.
Number 3, Izzy Llanos, also not here. I'll name the 6 who aren't here. Aislinn Silva, number 6, she is not here. Clara Lee, number 10, also not here. Delina Verdini, number 14, not here. Ava Grant, number 29, also not here. All right. Number 9, Mackenzie Snow. Number 11, Mia Girardi. Number 12, Braylon Tucker. Number 13, Lexi Garabedian. Number 21, Madison Snow. Number 22, Angelise Moore.
Great job. Congratulations.
Number 77, Sienna Lapamardo. And number 99, Ava Quartermash.
Ava. Ava, congratulations. Good job.
And the coaches, Mr. Mark Garabedian. Mr. Chris Snow.
And the manager, Drew Quartermash.
We also have Mike Palmier, District 4.
This is one of the toughest jobs.
Yeah, District 4. Yep, District 4 Administrator, Mr. Mike Cormier. Thank you, Michael.
And I should say that signed by myself, the city manager, the entire Worcester City Council. So nice. So, you guys want to grab a picture again? Mr. Manager? Everybody? Yeah, squeeze in everybody, we'll get everybody in. Oh, Coach, here's a, okay. Congratulations, everyone. Good luck in the future. Yeah, see you, Coach. Take it easy. Good job. Hey. Okay. Welcome back to the meeting. First item of business is to approve the minutes of the June 25th, 2024. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman,
We lose him? He was there.
I think we might have lost him. He does have a weak internet connection, but
Okay, go ahead.
Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Haji,
Yes.
Counselor King, Counselor Merrill Carlson, Counselor Nguyen,
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda,
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo,
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. We should not take held items.
Mr. Mayor, the only one I've been notified so far is 14A, who's being held by Council Caloria.
14A is going to be held by Council Calorio. Okay.
Mr. Chair, could you make a clarification for folks in the audience that they can still speak to it?
It's being held. Okay,
Can you make a
14
clarification that if it's held, the audience can still speak to it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. So if it's held, you can still speak to the item if you're here, if you're down here for it. Okay. 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 Public participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any item appearing on the agenda. Use your name, city residence, and item number.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fred Nathan, Worcester. Before I start, I just want to say, because I literally have 30-something items I could do, but I'm not going to. So I'm just going to give my piece on it. So 12L, yes. 12N, yes. 12P, yes. 12X, yes. But I'm just going to come back to this after. 12Y, yes. 13A, yes. 13J, yes. And 13K, yes. I'm going to come back to the WPI attempt to buy these properties. I just want people to realize that if the city lets WPI do this and get away with it, the estimated value right now, the tax of actual income tax, real estate tax that would come back into the city that won't, and the actual monies that the people, when they go in there, they get taxed on their room that they're staying in, amounts to right now $1.5 million. And for those of you that aren't counting, over a 10-year span, that's $15 million. We're always talking about cutting money from the schools. We're talking always about cutting money from the police, from the fire, from the every other place. I just want you to all be aware that the fairy godmother is not going to come in and tap a little wand and mysteriously the money's going to appear. I hope people realize that, and we've got to stop WPI and all the other colleges. We've just been sweeping it under the carpet, like when Clark bought the old Duddy property. Hello? Something has to be done. I don't know what's going to be done, but I don't want to be in your place.
Thank you. The next speaker. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
My name is Adam Filker, and I live here in Worcester. And I not only live here, I work on the roads of the city. I drive for the Elder Services. Now, I drive everywhere 25 miles an hour. That's plenty fast. You can get everywhere you need to go at 25 miles an hour. Anything faster than that, you're just stuck in traffic and waiting behind red lights and all the rest of it. So that's completely unnecessary. I'm here to talk about 14A. For a long time, this has been proposed, this lowering of the speed limit. It has been shown in communities all around the Commonwealth that this actually does work. Now, the objection is that we could do the same thing with enforcing the current speed limit, but enforcement can only go so far. We have to have gentler roads if we're going to have gentler traffic. And what makes Worcester drivers different than drivers in the surrounding towns is our roads. It's the state of the roads, it's the size of the roads. And after the last month, which we've seen with pedestrian deaths and with all the accidents which have happened, I think that it's way past time to move. You know, we've had our moment of deliberation. Now we're getting into the territory which can only be called negligence. The city has to move on this, and it has to move right away. We have a perfectly good traffic department which is making perfectly good recommendations, and those recommendations should be acted on immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
Hi, my name is Oliver Chadwick. I'm a Worcester resident. I'd also like to support item 14A. In a period of about 6 weeks, 5 pedestrians were hit on our streets, including 13-year-old Gianna Rose Simoncini, who was tragically killed. I'm frustrated by the slow movement of the council in responding to the crisis on our streets. Choosing to delay or do nothing is a choice, and it has consequences in the continued death and injuries on our streets. Reducing the speed limit to 25 miles per hour is one of the rare policies with no apparent downsides. In Boston, it reduced dangerous speeding above 35 miles per hour by 30%. And in Portland, it reduced it by 47%. Those are the speeds that are most likely to kill our vulnerable road users, like young pedestrians. And so what are the possible concerns anyone could have with this policy? Will it slow down travel time? That's not what the evidence shows. When this has been done in other communities, it does not impact travel time. So that should not be an issue. Will it be expensive? No. There's a one-time cost of putting signage up and enforcement that you were going to do anyway. So you do this one time, and then forever you have the benefit of this policy. Will it be ineffective because of bad enforcement? That issue is orthogonal to this discussion. The speed limit, any speed limit will be ineffective if you don't enforce it. So we can have lack of enforcement at 30 miles an hour or lack of enforcement at 25 miles an hour. We should increase enforcement, but the speed limit should be lower. Will more tickets be written? I sure hope so. That's what you're calling for when you're asking for more enforcement, for more tickets to be written so that the people's behavior so that we encourage better behavior. Are we forging a risky path? No, 79 other Massachusetts communities have implemented it, including fellow gateway cities like Lowell, Springfield, Pittsfield, and Holyoke. So this is not new. I'm very happy that there are other agenda items expressing support for raised crossings and refuge islands. We should absolutely do those things, but they will take much more time. And I would encourage the council to significantly boost funding for DTM and to support their efforts to do those things within the Vision Zero framework.
Good.
And in the meantime, please pass the 25
Thank
mile
you.
per hour speed limit.
Appreciate
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What's your name and city of residence and item number?
Andrew Piazza, City of Worcester, and I'm here to speak in support of item 14A. Does anybody think it's absurd that we used to design spaces without consideration for people with disabilities? This is an example of something that used to be normal that we can now look back on and agree was wrong. Now, if there's anybody in this room who's an advocate of removing the elevator in City Hall, I stand corrected. But I can see your point. Maintaining an elevator is costly. With inspections, repairs, the electricity it takes to run the elevator. I don't use it, so why should my tax dollars go toward building and maintaining an elevator in City Hall? Perhaps the better question is, how am I discriminated against because there is an elevator in City Hall? I think we can all step outside of a self-centered perspective and admit why accommodating people with disabilities is important, even if we don't currently have a disability. Now, I'm a driver in the city of Worcester, and I keep asking myself, as a driver, how am I discriminated against if the speed limit is reduced to 25? The best thing I can come up with is that it might take me 1 minute and 10 seconds longer to get to work. I know that sounds horrific until you realize that currently, right now, in Worcester, there are several people in comas from crashes where speed was a factor. Some others have died this year. If this governing body has already taken speeding seriously, instead of delaying much-needed evidence-based changes, these victims might only be needing minor physical therapy instead of brain surgery and lifelong disability. Or maybe some of these crashes never would have happened. I will acknowledge that reducing the speed limit to 25 is not the only one single policy that's going to solve everything. Yes, we do need highly visible traffic enforcement, and I hope this body will consider enhancing enforcement where they can, in addition to supporting traffic calming measures and complete streets principles. A strategy that focuses too heavily on any one risk of failure. So I hope you'll support item 14A. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, city of residence and item number?
Idella Hazard, City of Worcester, 14A obviously is a no-brainer. What is the cost of life? One life. We have a responsibility. I think we can start with all the entrances into the City of Worcester for signage. We have all the technology in the world. Computers, newspapers, radio, television. It shouldn't cost that much, and then eventually start putting up signs throughout the city. But the cost of life. We can't replace people's children. So I think 14A is really a no-brainer. And I agree with 12D, 11D and 11E. And also for 12B, 12P rather, my dyslexia still, for the garbage bags. Sometimes you fill a garbage bag and you just have a little bit left over. And you stuff it in there. And what a horror to go there late that day and it's still there. And it's leaking now from the heat. We don't weigh our trash. I don't. I've only had that happen once. But as I walk down the street, I often see 1 or 2 bags left. I think it's a health hazard. I think that we have big, strong men on our garbage trucks. And, I'm sorry, that was 12Y. And 12P, I think we should honor the men who helped the police officer who got pinned between the cruiser and the car. I think it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grace Ross, 10 Oxford Street, Worcester. So I'm going to be very technical because of shortness of time. 23A, the ordinance related to constables. I've sent extensive emails to all of the city councilors. We know that the constable that we spent almost a year trying to get the Worcester Police to deal with, who turned out to be out of Fitchburg, was operating fraudulently, illegally the whole time on top of all the other things because he had a bond that he had given the document to the city of Fitchburg, and it was fraudulent. And we identified it, we tracked it down, and we have sworn statements from the people who talked to the bonding company that they'd never heard of him. And if you look at that in the documents I gave you to the city councilors, you will see that he didn't co-sign his bond because he was doing it digitally and downloaded it. So we need written signatures from the city and written signatures from the constables, and that would have been caught by the city of Fitchburg, and we would not have families, homeless people whose lives have been essentially not just displaced, but potentially permanently harmed if the city of Fitchburg had been double checking and signing with a wedding signature. And that has to happen here when we, the people of Worcester, have suffered because of the failure of the city of Fitchburg to do that. As to the language of the ordinance itself, I've given you a lot of background in the materials I've sent you, but it opens saying that it needs to be in accordance with GL Chapter 41, sections 91 and 91B. Besides the fact that that way of naming them does not name a law actually in the Mass General laws, we believe that it should cover all of the sections related to constables, so that, for instance, the section related to bonding would be part of the relied upon laws in this section. So it should say Chapter 41, sections 91 through 98. So the city is responsible to all of the relevant sections of Massachusetts general laws, especially including the bonding one, which is 92. Also, we feel strongly, besides the issue of signatures and digital, avoiding making everything digital so it's too easy. I mean, you look at
Can you wrap up your comments?
how many major hacking of major companies. We don't need to digitize everything here. Right now, we can't even get some of the licenses we've asked for under public records.
Thank you.
The last thing is that the 1 to 3 years, yes, brings it in compliance with state law, but we need a real complaint system with real accountability, with the ability to rescind licenses, and that it should be expected to be done when a constable violates the statute. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kaskayao, 51 Gage Street. I run some after-school program with a lot of activities in the city of Worcester. I when I moved over here, I took Worcester to be one of the safest cities in the country, which of course it is. But for the past few years, the accidents and the traffic have been very terrible. A few weeks ago, one of my kids going home, crossing Shrewsbury Street, just 2 minutes to her house, she got hit. And as we speak right now, she had a brain injury and she's still in coma. Knowing Shrewsbury Street does have a lot of restaurants and pedestrians will be all over that area, but the speed limit over there was so hard. So tonight I'm supporting 14A, that appealing that the city or the council can do something about it by reducing the speed limit on that all over the city to 25. Not only that, 2 years ago on Stafford Street, one of the immigrant kids were killed again by a traffic candidates, if you remember. When I started the program, one of the kids that also graduated went to Quincy coming in the evening, right on Grafton Hill. He got hit, and today he's wheelchair bound. So I'm asking you, reducing the speed limit, I don't think it will hurt, but it will save lives. And I'm appealing in collaboration, in partnership with all my colleagues that spoke tonight, and on behalf of the immigrant populations, especially some of them just coming, do not even have a speed limit or rules on the traffic in their country. We continue to teach them how to cross the road, how to use the cross body, and it's an educational process. But if the speed limit is reduced to 25, I think it will work better.
Okay.
And I want to yield to my call tonight, and I ask that you please take this seriously. Thank you.
I should say too, September 4th, Traffic and Parking will be meeting on this issue. If you want to come in and testify, you're more than welcome. Thank you, Koska.
I'm Juliette Feibel. I live on Ashmore Road in Worcester. I am also here to support 14A. Honored to follow Casco in these remarks. I just would only add that I drive these roads, I walk these roads, I run these roads, and now I bike them thanks to the improvements on Mill Street. And I stood here before just a few months ago in defense of those improvements on Mill Street. And I am here to say the same thing. Change is hard. The last few days, I have been practicing driving 25 miles per hour, and it's not easy to break a habit. But I am willing to do so because I am so tired of pedestrians being hit and killed. I am so tired of the fear, the low-level terror you experience when trying to use our roads in anything but a car, and sometimes even in a car. And I'm really tired of watching cars ignore school bus stop signs and blow through them on their way to Paxton or Holden or wherever. Honestly, people are driving faster, they are driving more recklessly and more selfishly, and we need a change. So please, a 25 mile per hour citywide speed limit, 20 miles per hour where we need it most, all the road calming measures that the DTM recommends towards complete and safe streets. And I thank the DTM for the work they do in the face of so much resistance to change. Please let us not have that resistance to change. Keep our pedestrians in danger and hold our city back. City Manager, thank you for your commitment to ending traffic violence, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. What's your name, say your residence?
Hi, my name is Jennifer DeRogers. I'm here about 12M and 12L. My son was hit on Pleasant Street 2 days before school ended, June 11th, 2021. I worked 1 hour away. It was the day after my birthday. I let my kids skip school. And imagine if that was the last time I saw my son was on my birthday. The injuries he sustained were life-threatening. He was hit, one of the last kids getting off the school bus. The school bus stopped. The lights were out. The stick was out. The bus was stopped 100%. His friends had made it across the street, but Cy didn't, safely anyway. He was hit by a landscaping van at 45 miles an hour that neglected to stop, that continued to drive on and didn't realize he even hit my son. The landscaping van itself without equipment in it is around 3,500 pounds. Imagine being a 12-year-old boy getting hit at 45 miles an hour. And I know it was 45 miles an hour because in that man's statement to the police officers, he stated that he was driving 45 miles an hour. It took me over an hour to get to my son, and that was the longest hour I've ever lived in my entire life. It took them 2 hours to let me see my son because there were so many specialists working on him. He was in and out of consciousness. He was medically induced in a coma. He was in ICU for over 2 weeks in 24-hour care in Boston. My son is alive today. He's doing amazing in school, and he's one of those people that survived this city and crossing it. And I live on Pleasant Street. I've lived there for over 30-something years. My kids go to the same schools I've gone to and live in the same neighborhood. And it's not fun and it's not fair for kids to go into summer, right before summer, seeing their friend get hit. I made sure that there was counselors to tend to the children who actually saw my son. It was 3 of my son's friends that ran down the street to get my dad. My dad was the second to be there because in front of him was the woman, Andrea, who works at Memorial. She was helping the kids to keep Silas conscious while first responders were on their way. Imagine my dad trying to pick up his grandson off the ground, screaming. You know, my dad almost got hit that day trying to get my son. So by the time I come in, finally get to Worcester, they're not sure my son's gonna make it. He had severe concussion, bleeding on the brain, broken clavicle, severe lacerations. After he was out, he had appointments every 2 days. Boston Children's, Westboro, OTs, PT, every specialist you could think and blink of. And I tell you, things need to change. Like I said, I've been in this neighborhood 30-something years. My senior year was shit. I'm telling you, excuse my French, but instead of worrying and like being excited about graduation, I had 2 friends die at the airport Rotary. In that month, I was supposed to be looking forward to graduating. I was going to wakes and funerals. These kids don't need to do this. This needs to stop. And in 2008, another friend of mine, right at the airport Rotary, I live 6 houses past that. I walk that street. My kids walk that street. There used to be a crossing guard crossing Pleasant Street. I don't know whatever happened to that because there's not one anymore. Growing up, my dad was a crossing guard, so I know for a fact Worcester used to have a crossing guard crossing Pleasant Street along with Muller. So I'm glad for giving me the space and the time to hear my voice, and I hope my voice has been heard today because 3 years ago, my voice was heard, and it was Mo Bergman that made the change in the traffic on Pleasant Street, but since then, nothing has happened. I do have a blinking light, which is the first response for people to slow down coming from Paxton. That light hasn't been replaced since the 60s or 70s. It's barely blinking, and Worcester ended up disconnecting it, and it was turned off for a period of time. My dad had to call city officials, beg and plead for them to turn it back on. All I am asking is for an updated crosswalk. Why is it not fun and fair? Because, oh, it's considered highway? Tannic has them. Flag Street has them. May Street has them. We have proof that kids are dying in our area. There's, ever since 2000, late 1990s, every year there's a death within a mile radius from my house just because of cars, just because of speeding, people being negligent. This needs to stop. We need to stop burying people. My son's medical bills are anywhere from $700,000 to $1 million right now. And that's one surviving kid. And that's one kid that's going to school and has college credits and become amazing. We're lucky we have that child still here today. Thank you for your time.
Names to your residents and item
My name
numbers?
is Eugene Drosha. I was the grandfather of that kid that got hit. That particular day, he got hit. The guy in the van was texting. That was not on a police report. He was speeding. He did not get a ticket. There was a puddle of blood, 2 by 3 when I got up there, and my grandson was in a state of shock. I grabbed his hand. I said, squeeze it if you know that I'm there. He squeezed my hand. He was in a state of shock. I don't know if he even realized that I was there. And another thing, they drug tested the bus driver, and they did not drug test the guy that hit my grandson. They have to make changes. They desperately have to make changes because, I mean, the police department has to follow through on what they got to do, too, because they didn't follow proper protocol that day. They never got him for texting, and they never did a drug test. I could ask for a toxicology report. The police department can't give me one. I could ask for phone records. They can't give me them, I'm sure. I got a docket of 120 pages. If you want to see it at any point in time, I thank you guys. I'm all set for what I have to say. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you.
Karen Valentine Goins, Worcester resident, and I just want to acknowledge that I'm coming at this from a very different perspective than the very emotional testimony that we just heard. I speak tonight in support of item 14A to expedite adoption of the 25-mile-an-hour statutory speed limit and establishment of 20-mile-an-hour safety zones. The hold on this, I really wish this item was not held. Does not feel appropriate. I plan to speak at the Traffic and Parking Committee now scheduled for next week. I urge all the councilors to review for the first time or again the DTM presentation from the district meetings now available on their webpage. It will remind you that traffic violence does not impact our community equitably, with the harshest impact on population groups like young and older people, those with low income, and people of color, and in environmental justice neighborhoods, which has been horrifyingly demonstrated by the recent crashes involving young children and young people on Lincoln, Belmont, and Shrewsbury streets. The Dutch people called this child murder when they started advocating for safer streets decades ago. Lowering the citywide speed limit has been shown to lower overall speeds and the highest speeds. Claiming Worcester is different and the approach won't work here is false and frankly a smear on Worcester residents. But I want to speak about a larger issue, and my target is more than the people in front of me. It includes all city residents as well. What I see in this agenda is, one, many petitions and orders that reflect the longtime practice of substituting councilors' and residents' opinions about transportation solutions for that of the transportation professionals in the administration, and two, a one-off approach to what's being done right now in the Vision Zero planning and collaborations like Safe Routes to School to create systematic change for systemic problems. The term best practice does not mean only infrastructure geometry. It equally means how decisions are made and how solutions are implemented. The appropriate council role here is not to request specific safety solutions or bypass systematic planning processes. Appropriate roles are describing safety problems you see or your constituents tell you about, passing evidence-based policies, and most importantly, funding solutions. DTM's implementation budget is a fraction of what they need and what other communities allocate. I call on you to work with the city manager to develop a long-term funding approach that will strategically pull together local, state, and federal funds to implement solutions that slow vehicles, encourage multimodal travel, and make it possible for everyone to safely reach destinations. Meanwhile, vote to pass the two speed limit-related proposals when they come before this body.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
Eric Stratton, City of Worcester. I'm speaking in support of item 14A. I'm sincerely disappointed to see this held, as well as seeing items previously that have been held on our agenda. This seems to follow a pattern of behavior of delay, delay, delay. To continue to delay action, simply put, means that people will needlessly die due to motor vehicle crashes. As others have said, there's no real downside to this change. Speeding kills, and action is required by our city council to protect our residents. I recall in a previous city council meeting, the question came up about, what about the motorists? What about them? They are not vulnerable road users. According to the definition set in the Act to Reduce Traffic Fatalities by the Commonwealth, vulnerable road users include people walking, biking, roadside workers, people using wheelchairs, personal mobility devices, people using scooters, skateboards, roller skates, people on horses in horse-drawn carriages, and people operating farm equipment on the roadway. Motor vehicles are multi-ton steel cages with seatbelts, airbags, and numerous other safety features. They too would benefit from such a change. Part of being a responsible adult is caring about others, especially those who are more vulnerable. Actions such as this and a number of other items on the agenda that improve traffic safety are common sense and pragmatic actions that you, our elected officials, can take. While enforcement is often cited as a solution, it is just one tool in our toolbox. Improved road designs and policies, including a reduction of the speed limit that's there 24/7, 365, sun, rain, or snow, is significantly more effective and significantly safer. Further, this allows our police to use their time more efficiently and respond to more urgent safety issues as they occur. While I recognize that some folks may have issues adjusting to change, as others have said, change can be hard. We need to make changes in our road design, speed limits, and none of us want to see more individuals needlessly killed. The data shows that this reduction will not increase congestion and will improve survivability in the event of an accident. I ask that you not let perfect be the enemy of the good, and again, delays will cost lives. Please pass these measures. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sue Mailman, Worcester, and have a school committee hat on this moment, and I'm thinking about maybe many of you this week pass by bus stops and also pass by schools with a ton of parents coming to pick up and drop off. I wonder if we set a safer plan in this city, if maybe we'd have more parents, I'd love to see it, put their kids on the buses and trust that system so that when they're waiting at a bus stop with 20, 30, I was on North Street this morning off of Prescott every day, and there's a ton of kids there, and they're coming from multiple places, and they're crossing multiple streets, and many kids have to drop a lot. So all of these things that the department is trying to put in place, I think, are exceptional, and we need to make progress and stop holding, as the gentleman said. 79 other communities at 25 miles an hour, Lowell, Holyoke, Pittsfield, and Springfield. I mean, we're there. All of these things are going to send a message to the public. I, too, am participating in although I'm doing 30 miles an hour, not 25 so far. And I want you to think about the kids, please. And lastly, I just wanted to make a comment to the city manager and ask him to please work with WPI and the president yourself so that we come to a solution that's good for everybody. WPI employs a ton of people in this city. President Wong is an exceptional leader, and I don't like to read what I'm reading in the paper when it is clear we don't have all the facts at our disposal. Both Mayor's Task Force, Mayor Petty and also former Mayor Joe O'Brien, had things in their tax classification about things that we should do about pilot, and of course, none of those have been done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patty Husar. I'm a resident of District 2 in Worcester, and I also work in District 2. I'm speaking in favor of 14A, although it has been held. As a new parent, I'm here to ask to take basic steps to protect my daughter. In District 2 alone, 1 child has died and 2 others, including a toddler, have been severely injured by drivers this summer. I won't take my daughter for walks or bike rides in this city because it's unsafe. As the new school year has just started, I am especially worried about kids crossing Belmont Street to get to the community school. Reducing the city speed limit to 25 miles per hour is one common sense measure you can take right now to send a message to the drivers who speed down Belmont Street, Shrewsbury Street, and Park Avenue, and the little side street I live down. Maybe it's symbolic, but it costs you nothing, and it shows that you care about the public safety. I want to close by quoting from a campaign mailer I received in 2023 from at-large Councillor Donna Colorio. It says, Colorio advocates for safe neighborhoods and quality of life. The 25 miles per hour speed limit change has been delayed in Colorio's Traffic and Parking Committee for months. That means you have delayed making my neighborhood safe and delayed improving the quality of life for me, my daughter, and all the other vulnerable residents of this city. Now, tonight, you've delayed a simple vote of support on the 25 mile per hour change without any explanation. I can't wait to see what half-truths will appear on mailers next time you're up for election. Worcester City Council, the time to act on this common sense public safety measure is now, before the next death or injury. Common sense solutions to neighborhood problems in the name of public safety now.
And just to let people know too, so September 4th, you can come in for the traffic and parking. One of the reasons it was delayed, we're waiting for the survey that the council voted for. That survey is on tonight's agenda, and that'll be going to the traffic and parking committee for Tuesday. You should name to your residents.
Christopher Horton, Worcester, and I'll speak very briefly to, in opposition to 23A, if we pass 23A, it removes the last shred of opportunity for public input to the appointment or reappointment of constables in Worcester, and we should be going in the opposite direction to have some opportunity, to have some process for public input concerning the qualifications and the history of the constables that are up for appointment or reappointment. The law, as I read it, the intent of the law is that there should be a process of the city council approving, or not of the city approving a appointment of a constable and not have it be just a rubber stamp. So in addition, the practice that we have now of allowing courts to appoint constables outside the city's process is something that we should look at again, given the recent history of the housing court of holding closed meetings not open to the public in which issues like this have been decided. So I ask you to not pass 23A.
Thank you.
I'm just going to be brief and quick. My name is Richard Wigan from Liscombe Street. I was here a few months ago. I'm the one that filed the petition for the no parking. It's gotten extremely worse up there. I've had called the police many times about it, and I've been ignored by multiple officers. Now the guy on Shrewsbury Street is making it unsafe for me to even get out of my road because of how he's parking in the no handicaps. There's no parking zone at the corner. It's very dangerous. I almost got clipped several times trying to pull out, and this guy refuses to move his vehicle. I'm asking that you please amend my petition to include that so that we can address that issue as well, because many people have almost got killed because of the guy putting his vehicle there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What's your name and city of residence?
David Webb, City of Worcester. Yes to traffic calming measures, the 25-mile limit, the overdue state of emergency. It's wild that we're holding things again. I thought our manager said that public safety was non-negotiable. Guess we have different definitions of public safety. 11I and 11K. By quoting certain rules together, this administration can make up the rules as it goes, so I'm looking forward to some clarity here. Yes to 11J, Spanish translation of the rules. Why doesn't this exist already, and why only to Spanish? 11T, asking for donations from schools for firefighter gear. Didn't we just increase police funding 9%? 12B, Y, and Z. Yes. Why can't we get trash bins? We're the second largest city in New England. Let's act like it. 23C, Create 508 is a great organization doing good work in the city, and I think you should leave it alone. A method to document spectrum complaints already exists at a state level, and it's better for people to report it directly to them because our city manager has made it clear that he doesn't listen to advisory boards. So let's not waste any time recreating 13D. Alternatively, a good idea, yes on 13G, creating a civic academy. It's very unclear who actually has the power or responsibility in this room. So a civic academy to educate people on various departments and services they provide is a great idea. 18A, quality of life. Did you know that there's 444 results for the term quality of life in the manager agenda for tonight? But nowhere does it mention that their role is displacing the unhoused community of Worcester. We fund them instead of actual resources. 23A, constables. This agenda item should be tabled again. The city has remained unable or unwilling to provide public records, but it would appear that the manager is not in compliance with existing ordinances. Updating them does not fix the harm this has caused. The court shut its doors to the public and does not protect residents, but you can. The interim chief claims that his hands are tied, even though he does the background check and his officers provided the cuffs. Your hands are not tied. I think it's noteworthy that we have one counselor asking for recognition of someone who got Worcester into national headlines in the same meeting as a request to consolidate recognition of someone who did that in the 1800s. I visited the Major Taylor Museum this morning. It's lovely, inspiring, and I asked the friendly person at the front counter if they knew where they'd be moved to in the library or if anyone there wanted this. The answer was no and no. So no, let's not move the museum to the city building with recently increased police presence. However,
Okay, can you wrap up your comments, please?
yes, lastly, Elm Park. There's a pylon screwed to a bridge. So 13I, request for an update from Assistant Commissioner Antonelli Jr., as previously requested 3 years ago and 8 times since then. I'm with Bergman. This is ridiculous.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jacob Seidel. I live in Worcester. I help run the local conversation for strong towns in Worcester. I'm here to speak in support of item 14A, reducing citywide speed limits and establishing safety zones, as well as several items using engineering measures to make our streets safe and productive for everyone. We all know that reducing speed limits is not going to end traffic violence. It's a small step in the correct direction, which must urgently be implemented and then be supported by changes to the physical infrastructure of our city over time. Education, enforcement, and speed limits provide pressure against excessive speed. We do need to go further and create physical barriers to speeding, which means we need to quit with the delaying, the holding, the rescheduling, and get some work done. Because the honest fact of the matter is that even if the worst dreams of those against traffic safety come true, it would still be better than another dead pedestrian. Regarding concerns of negative impacts to travel times, it has been well established that reduced speed limits do not significantly impact travel times. And in fact, one of the best things that we could do to reduce car traffic congestion would be to make it easier, safer, more pleasant, and more useful to get around by other means, thus allowing those who can't or who would prefer not to drive to confidently choose other transit options and take some cars off the road. Local businesses also benefit tremendously from our streets feeling like safe and comfortable public spaces. I'd like to thank those city councilors who have other items on the agenda today in pursuit of creating real infrastructure to protect people from speeding cars. However, we need to move from doing things haphazardly to following the comprehensive plans our city has been working on. Please follow through on Vision Zero. Please follow the Mobility Action Plan, and please allow our wonderful municipal employees at the Department of Transportation and Mobility to put their expertise to good use in making our city a better, safer place to live. Please do not delay our safety. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker.
My name is Deg Amazian, and I'm a lifelong resident here in the city of Worcester. I don't carry a badge. Want to thank the fire chief. We've had some real productive meetings in public safety this year. And the update regarding the South Division Fire Station Firehouse is an outstanding report. Here in the Commonwealth, Mr. Chairman, we have many fire stations, firehouses, which need refurbishing or replacing. And South Division embodies that whole concept. There is no more important capital project in the horizon here on the city than the South Division Firehouse. And there are many other departments that come into play. If you observe what happened during the design committee, public facilities, sustainability. So we as a city really need to keep our eye on the ball and make sure that what the previous administration 4 or 5 years ago about the need to build the new South Division Firehouse is we don't lose sight of that. Also like to move over to 13B. 13B I fully support. This is again public safety. It doesn't only embody what an order, but it shows what a great citizen should be doing. And I'll only talk about one hydrant, strictly in a very encapsulated form, the facts. 8:27 p.m., May 28th. Commercial truck delivery driver took out the street light pole and the fire hydrant at 1365 Main Street and Henshaw Street. Worcester Police Operations quickly responded to the scene, caught up with the operator on an adjacent street. The Worcester Police truck team investigated the accident, and the driver was cited. Under the...
Wrap up your comments, please.
Sure. Bottom line, there is no hydrant still at Main and Henshaw. And when I look at where those companies are going to be coming from and what direction they're going to be coming from, and the secondary hydrants, it's blinking red, Mr. Chairman. And one last thing, your order. I fully support 13C. I only say this, in my 3 budget sessions ago, there was a conversation regrading about a position in the crime analytical unit for the police department. And this is an issue. You're looking for strategic analytical reports.
Can you wrap up,
It
please?
takes, yes, sir. It takes resources like funding a 5th position in the analytical unit with the police official and producing these type of reports that are going to disseminate information
Okay,
to
thank
elected
you.
officials.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you very much for.
Thank you. Yep.
Good evening. Maida Morales, City of Worcester, 1 Guild Road, and I am here to speak on 1039. According to the City of Worcester website and the rules and regs of the American Rescue Act plan, the one U.S. Department of Treasury goal was for the use of these funds was consideration for the disproportionate impacts of the COVID-19 public health emergency on those hardest hit by the pandemic, especially low-income families and communities of color. Today, I read an article from a 2-year assessment from the Black Coalition Against COVID, and it says, and the striking racial disparities of COVID outcomes seen over the past 2 years were not a result of the disease itself, but rather the pandemic illuminating inequities that have existed for generations and revealed for all America a known but often unaddressed epidemic impacting public health: racism. This is from the CDC Director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, on April 8th, 2021. Racism is not just a discrimination against one's group based on the color of their skin or the race or ethnicity, but the structural barriers that impact racial and ethnic groups differently to influence where a person lives, where they work, where their children play, and where they worship and gathered in community. These social determinants of health have lifelong negative effects on the mental and physical health of individuals in communities of color. Since the start of the pandemic, the risk of dying from COVID-19 has been nearly twice as high for Black and Hispanic people in the United States than for white people. Data from the CDC shows Black and Hispanic people also faced a higher risk of coronavirus infection and were more than twice as likely to be hospitalized. I remember a time during the pandemic in Worcester where the statistic was 6 times as likely to be hospitalized for Latinx folks in our community. Even as COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths trend down in the United States, Black Americans recently experienced the highest rate of hospitalization for any racial or ethnic group since the inception of the pandemic, according to the new report. During the week ending January 8th, the hospitalization rate for Black Americans was 64 per 100,000 people, the report notes. That is double the overall weekly rate of hospitalizations for all races during the same time frame and nearly triple the rate of hospitalizations for white people at any time during the pandemic, according to a CNN analysis of CDC data. Even after the multiple conversations that we have had in this city, after talking about how all families were affected by the pandemic and how this can affect our families of color more, we're still getting it wrong. We need to make better decisions about how these ARPA funds are spent, and we need to return them to the folks that they belong to. Maya Angelou once said, "When you know better, you should do better." I hope you all know how to do better now.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Dale Wickenheiser. I live on Ball Street in Worcester. Appreciate all of what you do here. You got so many issues that you're dealing with all the time. Don't agree with all of you on everything that comes up for you. I'm speaking about 14A. Issues like this, and I was looking through this, and I was looking at all of the traffic calming things, requests that people have put in, and I just think this kind of thing is a basic quality of life issue who is going to be negatively impacted if we don't lower the speed limit 5 miles an hour? 5 miles an hour. It isn't like we're asking for to get lowered to 10 miles an hour, which would still be faster than walking. And as an average speed that someone on a bike goes, we could do away with all the bike infrastructure and just have streets if we're all going 10 miles an hour. It gets to a point, I used to say, we're going to move when Leo's Vacuum Center moves away, because Worcester was such a mom and pop sort of place. And we're like, when they go, we're leaving. But this is the kind of thing that makes me now think maybe this is when we leave. If the city can't take care of the people who live here, because it's just like, no, we've got to keep it fast. We've got to keep our streets dangerous. I don't get it. I'm like, what quality of life are we looking for, right? People are here begging for safer streets, for a safer city. And I'm sorry, but again, like I said, I respect you all being here, and you've got a lot of people, and you've got to take input, and you've got to get public comments on things, because if you don't, you get yelled at for not taking public comment, right? Absolutely. I see how all this works, right? But this to me is just, again, it's public safety, it's quality of life. It's that, sorry, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Teja Cerezo. I am a Worcester resident and a service provider in the city for homeless families. So I speak in the interest of item 11M. As I mentioned, Merrill Safe Haven, the organization I'm a part of, provides services as the safety net provider in the city. And we are located not too far from Lincoln Street, which has come up a lot recently related to drug use and overdose. It's apparently a hot spot. And as someone who frequents the area, I can't say I'm surprised. It's based on the amount of time I spend there. However, I am still surprised, even as a service provider, by the lack of resources for this particular population, in addition to our youth population, which is honestly starting to resemble what we provide for our elderly in the city as well. It honestly reminds me of a modern day First They Came. We are missing the opportunity to gather this information and to provide resources to populations that not only impact the community in which they are standing and using often by public schools, but to better our community as a whole and provide support and resources to better the entire city, ensuring that the resources that are desired to better the people help us to better our community. Thank you.
Thank you. That will go to Nicole Belanger.
Hi. Yes, thank you. My name is Nicole Belanger. I'm a resident of the city of Worcester. I live in the West Katnick neighborhood. And I'm speaking on 11A, along with my 6-year-old child who, yes, we're talking, yes. I just wanted to share some of my own experiences as a mom and an educator living in Worcester. I live very close to Jen DeRogers and Eugene, who spoke earlier about their son and grandson who was hit getting off the school bus a few years ago. I, in particular, am interested in, many people have spoken about how there are other cities of our size and similar to us who have, one sec, buddy, who have implemented safer streets and reduced the speed limit. And, Worcester is a city that has a lot of, vulnerable people, especially young people who really do need us to be making sure that the roads are safer. In particular, I wanted to suggest that and advocate for better funding public communication and education around any traffic changes that happen. I would like to see a 25 mile per hour speed limit in many parts of the city, and some vulnerable areas being even lower than that. I know recently there was a graphic that had gone around that shows the number of people who different speeds, what the likelihood of a person being killed in a traffic crash would be. At 20 miles per hour, it's 1 out of 10 people would 20 miles an hour, 9 out of 10 people would survive. 30 miles per hour, 5 out of 10 people would survive. And 40 miles per hour, 1 out of 10 people would survive. And I just know that that's really impacted my personal driving patterns and habits. And I have taken the time to really slow my speeds down. And my 6-year-old also had something very briefly he'd like to share about his own experience in the city of Worcester. Go ahead, Coop.
Worcester's cars are going too fast for little kids. Worcester cars and trucks need to slow down. Because lots of little guys have been hit in kids.
Thank you very much, and I hope that you'll all use the power that you've been granted as public representatives to do something to make a change. It's been long enough, and we've been talking about this for years. It needs to change quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hi, my name is Natalie. I live on 4th Street here in Worcester. I am just frustrated, aggravated, angry, sad, so many things, because as I keep hearing about more accidents, and I should first start off by saying everyone who spoke before me, I completely agree. They said it very eloquently. And I just found out today that there was yet another accident that was up near the airport, and I just found it out from someone else, and it reminded me when the woman was speaking about her son being hit, and then she knew someone that got hit on the airport rotary there, and then lo and behold, I hear that someone was recently hit there again. I cannot understand why we're sitting on this. And it's a rhetorical question. And a lot of us are asking this question, and we shouldn't have to ask this question. We have Vision Zero and everything else for a reason. The online survey for the residents closed, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, it closed on June 30th. Yes, I know that City Council was away, they weren't meeting during the summer. But there are some things, when you call a public crisis, and I'm saying that wrong, whatever it was that they called it, the mayor and the city manager, a public crisis for vulnerable users, that immediately should have warranted us right then and there. Come back from your vacation and we need to handle this. There is no reason that any adult, child, elderly, disabled, whoever it is, nobody should be this much at risk and this scared to be on our roads, whether it be on foot or in a car that has a cage around it to protect them. Get this done. If you all care about us, get it done.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Can you wrap it up?
Oh, sure. And this is a whole long list that you guys have here, but I am for anything that is safety related by the residents and the counselors. Infrastructure, yes, we need that. The clarification on the rules around when you have the council meetings. And I hope that my petitions are ordained. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Alex. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Alex Salcedo. I'm a Worcester resident, and on Sunday, August 11th, my partner and I went to All Faith Cemetery for a walk. To avoid the sun, we parked a little far in than we usually do. We noticed that there was a row of fairly new graves, most of them with toys and flowers. I saw that there was a blue stuffed animal that the wind had probably blown over. As I often do, I picked up the stuffed animal and brought it back to the grave that it belonged to. The grave had a photo of a little girl whose face looked familiar. I immediately looked for the name. The grave belonged to 5-year-old Candice Sarajevoa. I never knew Candy or her family, but somehow, at that moment, I felt that I had known her all my life. I begged the City Council to do the right thing and vote in support of item 14A to expedite adoption of the 25-mile-per-hour statutory speed limit and allow designation of 20 miles per hour safety zones. Please save the next Candace. Tragedy doesn't go on vacation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Brennan. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Good evening. Dr. Brennan Daigle, Worcester resident on Proctor Street, speaking in support of 14A. I'm a chief family medicine resident at UMass Chan and elected delegate for the Committee of Interns and Residents at UMass. As a primary care provider and a longtime Worcester resident, it's my duty to advocate for public health initiatives in my community. And I strongly support the resolution 14A for the City Council to declare traffic deaths and injuries in the city a public health emergency. I have experience in the Level Trauma Center at UMass, where the majority of emergency surgencies that I witnessed there were unfortunately related to motor vehicle accidents. I want to second a lot of the other speakers' points about data that show that the increased risk from death from a motor vehicle collision and pedestrians increases from nearly 10% below 20 miles an hour to about 50-50 at 30 miles an hour. And that chance of surviving decreases below 10% at speeds greater than 40 miles an hour. Other cities like Boston have implemented similar speed limit decreases in safety zones. And furthermore, I really don't think you need a medical degree to realize that, there's a noticeable increase in distracted driving in the era of smartphones, as well as an increase in the amount of aggressive and impatient drivers in general in the post-pandemic world. And that this makes proactively, addressing this problem imperative to prevent further deaths. I just want to add that we pride ourselves here in Massachusetts as pioneers of public health policy, and 14A is an integral first step in this mission to protect our most vulnerable citizens. I'm very moved by the personal testimonies presented this evening, and I really hope that the other members of the council feel the same. Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Matthew No. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
This will be the final speaker.
I wanted to speak on, my name is Matthew No, resident of Worcester, live downtown. I had a petition specifically about wanting to evaluate some of the pedestrian crosswalks in the city, because the timing of these is not sufficient for most people to get across the street, especially when drivers don't stop at a red light immediately. Especially downtown, people are consistently running, through the intersection of Front and Foster, which is arguably like the most important pedestrian intersection in the city, considering it's right next to the transit hub. So these 30-second timers are not really viable, and it leads to a lot of people having to stop in the middle of the street when attempting to cross legally. And then we hear all these people complaining about jaywalking, and if you get hit, it's because of you. Well, our infrastructure doesn't encourage safe existing on the roads for drivers or walkers or cyclists or any of us. So we need to reevaluate a lot of this infrastructure. There's a lot of petitions about the same issue on here, 14A, which was held, and I don't know why we're holding a resolution. I know it was addressed, but it just seems strange to hold something where we're saying we're going to act on this and not the action itself. So I hope that in the coming weeks, we can see this lower speed limit ordinance come to pass. We can work on safety zones, implementing the Vision Zero and the Worcester Now Next plans. We need sidewalks and calming measures. And this is not, we have an infrastructure problem on top of a cultural problem, on top of a lack of patience problem, and they're all mixing together. I don't expect council to fix people's attitudes, but we can try to address the infrastructure of the city to try to make it more navigable for all of us. And that way we don't have to hear parents and grandparents come on here and talk about lost kids and hurt kids. No one should ever have to do that. And I think all of us agree on that, even if we don't necessarily agree on how to get there. Very quickly, I know my time is ending. I just wanted to note with the WPI stuff in the news and like items 13E, it seems weird to specifically target educational nonprofits for tax concerns, while also on this agenda and on every agenda we're talking about tax breaks and benefits to for-profit corporations. If we want to look at the tax burden as a whole in a nuanced and equitable way, that makes sense, and we should do that because we clearly have a problem. But we shouldn't be necessarily targeting educational nonprofits while handing away money to for-profit companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bring us back to the agenda. First one up is hearings and orders. Motions to open the hearing. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes. Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, the motion is to have a condo location on East Central Street and also a condo location 796 Main Street and Castle Street. Anybody opposed to those items? Seeing nobody opposed, motions to close the hearing and to adopt. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. And before we go on, so we have some more held items from Council King. 11D, which is from the MO Committee. 10.4B is the MBTA Community Report. And 10.13B and 10.13D is the two police items.
Sorry.
Let me repeat those? Oh, it's the microphone on, okay. Okay. We're going to hold under privilege, Council King, 11D, which is the MO Committee. 10.4B, which is the MBTA Communities Report. And 10.13B and D, which is the two police items. Okay. Go through petitions. 7A, we're going to refer to the planning board. 7B through 7K, we're going to refer to the Public Works Committee. 7L to 7Z, we're going to refer to the Traffic and Parking Committee. And take those collectively in the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Petitions Part 2, A through Z, refer to traffic and parking. And petitions 9A to 9E, refer to traffic and parking. And roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay. 9F, set a hearing for September 10th, 2024, 6:30 PM for condo location on Grant Street. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. 9G, David Webb requests council requests manager consider putting a plan, provide transcription services to all public meetings, including city council and board and commission. And send that to the manager if you'd like. I think you've already spoken, Mr. Webb. So under the rules, you can only speak once. So we'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, appointments, transmit information communication relative to the appointments of Jennifer Griffin Gall and Donna Romaine to the Worcester Arts Council. And also that's 10A and 10C, transmit information communication relative to appointment of Jack Newton to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board of Trustees. The motion is to place those on file. And I want to thank them for their service and volunteering. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 10.1B, transmitting communication relative to the appointment of Joseph Sacco to the Elections Commission. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if we can ask for reconsideration, there is a meeting because of the election next week.
On this item?
Mr. Sacco, if you can
Okay.
ask for that.
So motion for reconsideration for 10B, 10.1B. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Calorio,
No.
Council Agia,
No.
Council King,
No.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Ojeda,
No.
Council Basillo,
No.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
No. Okay, 10.2 A and B is recommend the appointment of Ismael Rivera to the Community Development Advisory Committee and recommend the appointment of Stephen McCauley to the Green Worcester Advisory Committee. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 10.4A, recommend the adoption of the amendment to GRO Part 2, Article 3, Section 17, related to planning board membership. Motion is to propose ordinance to advertise. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 10.4B is held under privilege. We're on 10.4C, recommend approval of the amendment to tax exemption agreement relative to 340 Main Street. The motion is sent out to economic development.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
sorry, can I speak on that very briefly?
Sure.
Just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Dunn for negotiating $2.4 million to go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So just want to say good job.
Very good. So we'll send that to ED. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Recommend adoption of designation of the Urban Center Housing Tax Increment Financing Program Zone, approval of the UCH TIF plan for 34 to 46 Lakeside Ave. Love to see this thing get going, and it's going to be a great project. So we'll send that to ED for a hearing. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is recommend approval. This is 10.7A, recommend approval of temporary repairs on Ryberg Terrace. Refer to Public Works. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see this voted in the affirmative this evening. I don't think it needs to go to committee. It's a simple thing. It's an ordinance that we've had on the books for decades that we, none of us knew about or advised people on private streets. And this is the first street that has had the whole neighborhood all signed on to it. So there's no controversy at all about some people that want it and some people that don't. All it is that $6 a foot item that was in the ordinance that none of us really knew about. So it's something that I would recommend to be sent to directly back to the administration just to get the work done and to approve. Mr. Chairman, I would also ask that the manager comes back with a report because I would tend to believe that in the future we'll be seeing more of these and where this money is going to come from funding wise. I know this is not a large dollar amount for this one street. I'm sure there's room somewhere in the existing funds, but just for the manager to come back with some kind of a report talking about this money, because this money was not in the budget. If you remember at budget time, I asked about it and it was not there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd just like to amend that, or maybe in a simple motion, to get a report back on the history of this statute, this ordinance, because I know the council stopped this probably back 20 years ago, because the concern was back then was weather issues. When we do this work on private streets, it would pretty much would ruin the street and start over again. I know that Councilor Russell, I agree with Councilor Russell, I'm trying to do this, but at the same time, I talked to Councilor Russell today, is we need to figure out where the money's going to come from this, and also how is it going to be allocated to the 5 district councils using the funds for these streets.
Mr. Chairman, I know this was the conversation when you refer to this council or a previous council stopping a procedure. It was before my time for sure, and before most of the members of this council's time. So with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, speak for yourself, because this ordinance was still in place, and I'm disappointed, quite frankly, over the years that I, as a city councilor, didn't know about this ordinance being in place. So even though the practice might have been stopped by the administration and the councilors in previous by budgetary process, this is still on the books and it would need to be repealed.
Okay, so we'll send that to the first motion. We can take these collectively. First motion is to pass the Ryberg Terrace and not send it to committee, and to get reports back from the city manager.
To the administration, not to committee.
No, we're going to pass it tonight.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah, and send a report that you requested to the city manager,
Yes.
and I requested.
I misunderstood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Collectively on the roll call? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. So next item is recommended adoption of an order to advertise an ordinance for pavement restoration. We're going to recommit that to the city manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda? Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item is 10.11A, transmitting information communication relative to a survey of public opinion on speed limit reduction proposals. So we're going to send that to traffic and parking. Councilor Calorio.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the Transportation Department for putting together this survey. I know it was a lot of work, and my colleagues and myself, we voted to have this survey back in June, so I do appreciate it. And I do also appreciate the report and the information that we presented to the 5 districts back in the spring. And I know we had one meeting that we couldn't have, so we had to push it up a week. So everything has been working kind of in, getting public opinion, which I think is really important. So we are having a I put in an emergency meeting coming up this Wednesday so we could talk about the survey, we can talk about the item, and then we can move this item back to full committee on September 10th. Mr. Clerk, do we have any issue with getting this to the full committee by October 10th?
September.
Through the chair to the council, so correct. So this will go to traffic and parking for September 4th, and after the fact, it will be before the city council if the committee makes a recommendation at the September 10th meeting.
Okay, great. So tonight we'll move it to the committee, and then you'll have no problem getting this on my agenda.
If the will is the council's to get into your committee tonight, there should be no issue to have it for September 4th.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So the motion is to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hayda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Motion for reconsideration. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
No.
Council Calorio,
No.
Council Haji, Council King,
No.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Hayda,
No.
Council Pasillo,
No.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
No.
Mayor Petty.
No. Okay, traffic and parking, transmit information communication concerning enforcement, statistics for residential permit parking violations. Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I'm absolutely thrilled that this report has finally come back to us. And I have to say how thrilled I am also that after DTM looking at this, that we have finally recognized that we need to use both, which is the placards inside the cars as well as the online application. So just want to say thank you to the folks over in DTM for taking a look at this, because this has been a long-standing problem, certainly for my district. So thank you for your work on this.
Okay, thank you. And we'll send that to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hayda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, next item up is transmitting information communication relative to the status of the building of the new South Division Fire Station. Any questions on that? We'll send that to public safety. Yeah, we want that. Looking forward to that project being completed. And send that to public safety. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hayda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 10.13A, transmitting information communication relative to community policing foot patrols. Any questions? We'll send that to public safety. Chief, I want to thank you for putting the patrols out there with the summer impact. Much appreciated. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Certainly appreciate the report and the community engagement. Just wondering how and to what degree that foot patrol is measured for access and consistency, Mr. Chairman. How does that happen?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, how it's measured for accuracy?
Yeah, so there's a particular time that they are, I guess, required, for lack of a better word, or expected to perform out of the vehicles and whatnot. How do you measure that? And
Through the chair,
are you able to evaluate, per officer or team that's out there, how well they're doing with their community engagement?
Through the chair of the council, they call out on the air they require to get an incident number. And when they're doing these, they're also required to do a journal item. And just for some background, today I got an email from a citizen saying today was the first time he saw a foot beat on the street in 40 years. So that's good stuff.
And certainly appreciate your leadership on this. As it relates to those particular foot beats, again, how are we going to be measuring its effectiveness? And the second question to that is, when it comes to officer-initiated contacts, is there any policy or guidance that given to folks prior to the beginning of the foot patrols?
Through the chair of the council, we don't have a policy on how they do a foot patrol. They're basically out there just trying to engage the citizenry and, spark up conversations. It's just a friendly walk, talk to as many people as they can, go into businesses, and that's it.
All right. And how do you ensure that they're evenly dispersed throughout the various districts?
Through the chair of the council.
Sectors.
Every single route car is required to do it. So you have 20 routes in the city, and that encompasses the whole city.
Thank you. And again, I'm sure we'll be getting an idea of how well they're doing and how often it's occurring. And is there a person that's identified to have that sort of oversight?
Through the chair of the council, the supervisor makes sure it's getting done, the sergeant in that sector.
And that's collected and it'll be quantified?
Through the chair of the council, I can run a listing of every they call out as a community engagement patrol. So I could put in a date for a week, and it'll come up every single one that was done and where it was done.
I'm sure we'll have full compliance. I just think it'd be helpful to the public to know, we're at 100%, 95%, whatever it is, semi-annually or quarterly, what have you. That might be something that we would be looking for. You may have it with you. I don't know. I'm not asking for it, but certainly makes sense, and would love to hear if you have a comment.
One second, please.
Sure.
Through the chair of the council, so in the last 6 months, we visited 11,172 locations for a total of 804,021 minutes. So they're pretty much going out throughout the whole city.
Thank you. I'm sure that the committee will dig down deep into any data, and really I'm interested to see as we move forward sort of the qualification of that data as it relates to, how well those engagements are going, areas to improve on, areas that might benefit the department from further training, in terms of, different populations and challenges that are being met in real time. I know you do that anyway, but this is a little bit different. It's a little bit more closer contact with the community, and look forward to hearing more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, thank you. So we'll send that to Public Safety. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Hajier?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, 13B has been held under privilege. We are at 13C, transmitting information communication of the 2024 pedestrian crashes on Lake Avenue, Lincoln Street, and Shrewsbury Street. Consider the Traffic Council, Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just really wanted to rise. I know that the police department has some statistics here, but I would like to just follow up on some of these as we look at these, and really want to say thank you to DTM. Looking at Lincoln Street, there's been 1,033 accidents on Lincoln Street in 5 years. 61 of those are reported crashes involving vulnerable roadway users. 49 of those are pedestrians. And when we look at Shrewsbury Street, the data from DTM is 778 total reported crashes on Shrewsbury Street. 19 of those, again, involving vulnerable road users. Eight of those are pedestrians. When we look at, I had asked for Lake Ave. At this point, the chief has given us the information, and it appears that there's 3 on Lake Ave, which certainly is 3 too many. I had also, just to follow up on this report, I know that I had asked for the information on Lake Ave and Belmont Street and Lincoln Street and Shrewsbury Street. Just really wanted to follow up with my conversations with DTM and ask them to take a look at Washington Square. And the reason I wanted that is because I know that that's not encompassed in any of the numbers. But I do think it's important for people to know and to understand that there's been 208 total reported crashes just in Washington Square. So again, this really takes a snapshot of what is happening in District 2. And a lot of these pedestrian accidents, unfortunately, has happened in District 2. Certainly, there's many across this city. And the real problem that we have, Mr. Chairman, and I don't think that there's any one of us on this council that doesn't know and understand and clearly understands that we have a real issue in this city with speeding and, quite frankly, with the pedestrian accidents, because there's been far too many. I think, as one of our constituents out here said tonight, that many of the items on here really revolves around the safety of people, whether it be driving or people who are on bikes or pedestrians crossing the street. I just really wanted, people to know, as we look at this data, and we hadn't had any data for any particular areas. And I do think that it's important for us as a council to see the data that's happening, not only in District 2, but across the city. It doesn't prevent us from doing anything, but I do think that we should have the data of what's happening in this city in terms of the crashes and in terms of pedestrians who are being hit throughout this city. You'll see several items on tonight, as you well know, Mr. Chairman, and those items are not that long-term. Yes, there's things that we have to do, but there's a lot of things that are on here tonight for short-term. They're short-term measures that will hopefully make our residents safer while we are waiting to implement some of our long-term goals. But again, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and certainly the manager for your work that you did in putting out the press release. I know I, for one, looking at Belmont Street, and Belmont Street, when we look at it, we really should be looking at Belmont Street from the school down to Lincoln Square, because those are where all the accidents are happening. We did have the accident where Gianna lost her life, which is at the other end of Belmont Street, which, quite frankly, I know that Department of Transportation and Mobility is certainly looking at that. They're looking at that with MassDOT, and I look forward to hearing what are some of those resolutions. And again, I think that for us as a council, there's many things going forward, working with the city manager that we're going to need to do. And having said that, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that we as a council should take a look at, and I'm going to ask this in a form of an order to the manager, that we should be looking at a speed hump program similar to Boston. Is that something that is doable for us here in the city? I know that from the research that I've done is that the city of Boston does their speed hump program, and it's really their transportation department that took a look at all of those streets in the city of Boston to figure out where those speed humps needed to be. And Mr. Chairman, I, at this point in time, am looking for the city manager and the administration to take a look at this, because I don't think that the general public understands that when Councilor Bergman put this speed hump program forward, it was a pilot program of 2 speed humps in every district. 2. Not 200, not even 20, it was 2. And the last year, we were able to get 6. 6. Do the math. 30 speed humps for this entire city. That, quite frankly, isn't cutting it, and it also is frustrating the heck out of our constituents, because repeatedly, they continue to put items on for a speed hump, and we don't have anything in the queue that we can go and put another speed hump. We don't even have the resources at this point that's been allocated to put another speed hump. So I think we're at a point that we're kidding ourselves. Many of our constituents are thinking that I can apply for a speed hump and I'm going to get it. Currently, as I looked at the list, all these petitions for speed humps, the likelihood of them getting them, they're certainly not getting them this year. And quite honestly, they're not getting them next year either, under our current situation. So I would, in the form of a motion, ask that the city manager look at upping our game for the speed hump program with the Department of Transportation and Mobility. And at the same time, I'm asking for us as a city council to give that role to the Department of Transportation and Mobility, because they're the ones who during Vision Zero and during their daily routine are the ones who need to know what the data is on a lot of these particular streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor King, followed by Councilor Hajia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, if we could just clarify the motion, maybe the clerk, is that 2 separate components to that motion? One to DTM and one to step up our game, for lack of a better? Is that one
Through the
motion
chair,
or
so
two?
what I understood from Councilor Mark Carlson's motion was that one was to request for additional speed humps be installed throughout the city. So I'm assuming
Okay.
that has to be a separate motion.
Okay,
And
cool.
then the second one was transportation, mobility, work on them.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
We'll get clarification first.
Just want to give clarification. What I'm looking for is for the city manager, the administration, to work with DTM on the speed hump program, which looking for us to look at a program similar to Boston. And maybe that doesn't work. I'm okay with that. But I want the administration to begin to look at how is it that we can expand our speed hump program.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the clarification. I certainly support that wholeheartedly. And I stand here, and I think I just want to acknowledge how far we've come. I know when Councilor Merrill Carlson and I came into office, and when I was on traffic and parking, way back when, whenever we brought forward any item pertaining to street humps, I filed a petition prior to Councilor Bergman about speed cushions, which is the same thing. We were told by our engineers that we weren't doing them, and that we couldn't do them. And if there's one thing I've learned from my colleagues on the committee at that time and my colleagues who have really pushed for this, is that we do need to rely on our departments, our engineers, but we also have to rely, on our capacities as elected officials. And so I certainly appreciate all the work that's been done. I appreciate this administration, how we've moved forward. I think Mayor Petty's also been helpful in this process. That being said, I just had a question as I was listening through the chair to the administration, because I may want to amend the motion, where are we with the permanent plan for speed humps? And also, in addition to that, what's the fiscal analysis of moving that way? And lastly, if some folks have asked me, hey, we have these temporary speed humps, when are they being removed? What's that time frame like? If you could just share that, so I can determine if I'm in opposition to this or not.
Mr. Raleigh, Commissioner Raleigh.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councilor. So this year, for the first time, we are installing permanent speed humps in addition to the seasonal speed humps. So I believe the number is somewhere around 20 to 22 permanent speed humps. That contract was just awarded within the last week. The contractor has a clause in their contract that those speed humps will be installed this season. So I believe November 1st is the deadline for that. So that first set of permanent speed humps that the city will have done in many, many years will be installed this fall.
Thank you. And just for my own understanding, so will this be the speed humps where there's a separation, which is what I call speed cushions? Are they, as are the temporary ones we currently have, or is it not separated?
Through the chair. So these are not the speed cushions. These are a continuous speed hump. What we've found and what other cities in Massachusetts and actually throughout northern climates who are a little bit ahead of us on this have found is that plowing is very difficult with the speed cushions. And the anticipated benefits aren't really there in terms of the emergency response vehicles because of differences in the wheelbase. And we're also seeing vehicles, just general purpose vehicles now, that have wider wheelbases and can cheat those speed humps. So the movement, particularly in northern climates, is to go back to the parabolic speed hump that is continuous across, but it has a gentle rise and fall so that it's not abrupt and harsh like the old style speed humps you might be familiar with.
Yes, and if we could just get a report on that, Mr. Chairman, by way of an order, because I know in the past what we've talked about on the floor here is that very much enhanced option of speed cushions and being made and constructed and engineered so that safety vehicles with the axle or axis wheelbase are able to pass through with less impediment. So I certainly trust what you're saying. Would just like to come back to committee so folks can have that. So I appreciate that. We're moving forward. 22 of these that will be in place by November 1st. So if the Councilor Carlson's okay, I would certainly like to make that a motion or include it in her motion. Doesn't really matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilor Hajai?
So a couple of corrections. First of all, we do have the data. It has been reported multiple times. In fact, the chief has them in the report today. DTM has reported them multiple times. All it takes is somebody to go on the Mass DOT site and as our residents have done, and actually pulled data across the city. It's there. They could also send an email to the DTM department to get that data. Secondarily, I'm all for speed humps. That process has been vetted in the Traffic and Parking Committee. A memo was submitted by the department explaining the process so that we have the opportunity to educate our constituents. Perhaps the chair of that committee could restore that report, and maybe we could make a graph through your communications department to make sure that that's being spread. And thirdly, while I support the speed humps and I think they're successful, I am not clear where this money is going to come from. It cost $500,000 to install the original pilot that Councilor Bergman had requested. I am unsure in the list of priorities, how are we directing the city manager and his department to spend limited amount of money that this department gets, which I believe is $1.5 or $1.2 million in the capital budget. So I'm fine with us throwing all these things on the council floor and see what sticks, but we can't, as a city and as city councilors, at least as elected officials, make these decisions without understanding what the financial capacity is for this department to handle these things, where these things fall in the line of priorities. And we have a million things that our constituents are asking us to do: road construction, road design, all sorts of traffic calming projects. I'm unclear what the financial capacity of these folks is to fulfill those financial requirements before I vote on a pilot that I fully support, but I'm unclear what financial capacity we have to fulfill it.
Thank you. Okay. So the first motion is to send this report to Traffic and Parking. We have a report requested by Council Merrill Carlson. We have a report requested by Council King. Take those collectively if you'd like. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
I think we lost him.
Yeah, I think Ms. Mary.
I did.
Try to promote him again, so.
I'm back. There he is.
Councilor Bergman?
We lost him.
Okay. Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Chairman, I lost my connection. Can I have an opportunity to vote? My apologies.
Yes.
Could you repeat the items? I also lost my audio at the same
It
time.
was on C, Transmitting Information Communication Relative to 2024 pedestrian crashes on Lake Ave, Lincoln Street, and Shrewsbury Street. Refer to Traffic and Parking. There was a report requested by Council Merrill Carlson and Council King. We took those collectively on the roll call.
So my vote would be yes. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Next up, we have D, which is held under privilege. We have public safety. Our next one is transmitting information communication of the city's transition from Smart 911 to Rapid SOS. And any questions on that? Seeing none, we can refer that to public safety. Those in I'm sorry, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. 10.15A, recommend adoption of the accepting conveyance of a parcel of land from Becker College. Motion to adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Yes. Next item is B, transmitting information communication of the declaration of a state of emergency report.
Chair, I'd like to speak on.
Sure, Councilor Agia.
wanted to clarify there because there seems to be a ton of confusion around both the resolution that was held tonight by Council Colorio as well as the order that was held by Council Bergman the last July meeting. First of all, I did not ask for a declaration of state of emergency. I specifically asked for a declaration of a public health and safety emergency, much like the City of Boston, the City Council unanimously declared in April. The purpose of that would be to raise awareness, to use it as a tool of education, to make clear and send a signal to all of our residents, everybody that spoke here today, everybody who's been killed by a driver, not by accident, that we consider this issue a public health and emergency, not a state of emergency. So I just want to clarify that's not what I asked. If folks want to twist that, that's their decision, but that is not what I asked. And it is my understanding based on the memo that the city solicitor provided, as well as the clarification that he provided the last time this came up, that this is a symbolic gesture that we're using to raise awareness, much like both the city manager and the mayor sent a statement to the public. So just want to make sure that folks have that in mind as they read this memo.
To traffic parking on file.
Does that want to go to MO, Mr. Chairman? Or
Excuse me?
do you want to send it to MO or no?
No, I was going to send it to traffic and declaration. Well,
About just state of emergency in general, right?
yeah, we can send it to MO. Council Bergman, want an MO? Send it there. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Colorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Duran?
Yes.
Councilor Rita?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is transmitting information communication of the Worcester Community Food Assessment Report. Dr. Castile, hands up. And anybody have any questions for Dr. Castile? We'll give you a minute. Okay, Casey.
So I'd like to say through the chair that this is a report that was done through the Coalition for a Healthy Worcester that Casey Burns runs, along with collaboration with the Department of Public Health. I'd like for Casey to answer any questions since she is the author of the report.
Casey, you want to give us maybe a quick rundown on the report?
Sure, yeah. Thanks so much for giving this opportunity. Thanks to the Health and Human Services Division of Public Health for really uplifting and supporting the development of this report. So this is Worcester's first ever comprehensive community food assessment. This is a national model that's been done in cities across the country, but Worcester has a long history of collaborative work addressing food security, but has never done this kind of thorough analysis. Some reports doing food assessments focus on production or distribution or food waste, and we decided intentionally, with Worcester being an urban center, with the issues that we have identified, raised, addressed over the last 20 years of collaboration on food security, that we really wanted to use kind of a human-centered approach of what is a person facing food insecurity facing? What are the obstacles to them attaining resources? What are the cycles they get trapped in? What are the systems that are helpful and what aren't? What is that experience really like? We know there are resources out there, but what is it like for a person trying to access those? And we looked at a variety of different priority populations we know that face food insecurity, whether that be older adults or people with disabilities. Black and brown populations in Worcester, language diversity populations, people in different neighborhoods, and we looked at what are the resources in those neighborhoods and what is it like trying to get food there. We partnered, as we said, with the Division of Public Health, but also the Worcester County Food Bank was the lead partner supporting this work, the Worcester Regional Research Bureau, the UMass Prevention Research Center, and many community partners. We worked under the umbrella of the Center on Food Equity, which is a partnership of coalitions supported by the Worcester County Food Bank. And so just to quickly share, we did a survey, collected about 500 surveys throughout the city. We did community conversations with those populations most impacted. We visited sites. We did analysis of mutual aid Worcester Facebook posts and what people were asking for when they're seeking resources for food. And we did an agency survey asking people who are providers working in agencies, what are they seeing? What is it like running the programs? What are the challenges they faced? And so from that, we did a community analysis of what was the themes that we heard and what were the recommendations put forth by our community members. And there were 5 areas for recommendation. The first was centering lived expertise in advocacy. And that was really important for us. You know, Representative Hayes from Connecticut says, hunger is a policy choice. And this points to that our systems have shown to be able to address hunger and that our systems are also keeping people in poverty and in insecurity. And so we have a choice in order to be able to address those systems at local, state, and federal levels that can change those conditions for how people are living and accessing food. The second was specifically around SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which previously known as food stamps. And we looked at what are the obstacles to enrolling in SNAP, what are the limitations and eligibility of who can enroll in this, what are the parameters around how people can utilize SNAP and what we can do to advocate in order to be able to enroll people who are eligible. The Worcester Regional Research Bureau did a study of who is eligible for SNAP in our community and who is actually enrolled. And we saw in some neighborhoods in Worcester, there was a 70%, which they call a SNAP gap, which is the difference between who is eligible and who is enrolled. We are missing a lot of resources for our community and leaving a lot of money on the table that could be going into our local economy. And so we really want to close this gap, reach this eligible population. Third strategy was around communication. We saw that there might be a food pantry in someone's neighborhood, or there might be misperceptions about what SNAP actually does, or what resources that someone can access, or who they are for. And that there was so much confusion, people were often given a list of 25 different resources they could call through. We need consistent, accessible, equitable access to information on where resources are and how people can improve their lives. The fourth was on transportation strategies. We saw, gaps in both public transportation where routes were and how people could access retail stores, supermarkets, food pantries, other locations, and in order to get there, to the DTA, where the move of the DTA has had a major impact on our community, where we tested it and it took some people from some neighborhoods 4.5 hours to ride round trip from their homes to the DTA office and back. That's a major obstacle when you're trying to access critical benefits for your family. And there was also some concerns and challenges in the report around bags being able to be brought onto buses, whereas the current rules with the RTAs, you're not allowed to take up more than 1 seat. And so sometimes bus drivers allow people to do that, but if you're shopping for your family, you have 5, 6 bags, you're shopping for your family, you are then putting your trip up for risk when you try to board a bus, that the driver might be able to say, no, you can't board the bus because you can't fit those bags on your lap. And so there was also challenges in connectivity of transportation, how people could take a bus route and then walk. Was there fluid connectivity of the sidewalks and other things, also relates to some of the pedestrian safety issues that I've talked about here today. And then the last area, and it would intentionally put last, not because it's not important, was around program access and delivery. This is around our food pantries, our Meals on Wheels sites, our community fridges, all of the different resources that are put out there. And there were specific recommendations how to strengthen them with more fruits and vegetables, with more of a choice model, and some other specific enrollment pieces. However, we put this last because we know, like, getting people food tomorrow or today, the immediate need is often what we think of because that urgent need is right in front of us, and it's also something we can see and address in hunger very practically. However, we can't food pantry ourselves out of hunger, and we have to start diverting and not diverting, adding resources to some of these upstream systems-based issues that are driving the need and the inequities we see downstream, and it was the causes for why people are needing food, that emergency food need that we are then delivering through our programs. So we intentionally put that last because we know that is important, but we need to really start thinking about these systems-based issues. So the Center on Food Equity has a number of different committees we're working on, the Task Force on Food Security and others. We are really excited about launching this with this new direction. And Division of Public Health has already identified in the memo I know you've seen, like some specific strategies they're going to be partnering with on. Jean McMurray, Executive Director of Worcester County Food Bank, met with the manager and myself last week and talked through some strategies we can collaborate on. We're really excited about. We really hope that you utilize us as a resource, as food security is so much in the forefront of what we are hearing as community needs. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to refer that after, refer to public
Can we have
health.
that in public health, please?
Excuse me?
Can we have that in public health?
I just said.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost that.
But before we do, Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the comprehensive report, very much needed. During this past year, I was struggling to try to find, because I think of COVID and all the changes, an up-to-date food pantry list and also kitchen list, not only for Worcester, but for Worcester County as well. Do you now have a more comprehensive list? I know we put one together with our interns and where I work for our clients, but I'd love to be able to see that list so that we can compare the hours and make sure everything is available and current for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Such a
mean,
need.
that access to information is, that's one of the challenges we saw too. And
Right.
so we actually developed a website through the pandemic with the launch of the Center on Food Equity called foodhelpworcester.org.
Yeah.
And it is an attempt to really centralize information. So it has information on food pantries, on meal programs, on how to apply for SNAP, on summer meals programs, all in one place.
Yep.
And so please use it, but also let us know what it's missing. And you know, we're working hard to keep it up to date.
Right. I know it's a moving target. I know, because things change every week. But thank you very much for all your hard work. It's necessary.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to say thank you for this report, for the engagement between City of Worcester and your group. What really jumped out to me is the underutilization of some of the resources that are available. So I appreciate the game plan here for educating and reaching out to community partners and et cetera. But that's a lot of work. And what I'm particularly interested in seeing on the city side of this, because again, this is a public-private partnership sort of responsive matter, is that it be communicated to the council sort of the short-term, midterm, long-term action plan. This is quite a report, right? And there's all sorts of multifaceted things. And, you know, we just had a hearing, myself and my committee around, you know, tree canopy and heat islands, redlining and the impact on health disparities and et cetera. It's all interconnected here. So there's a lot of work to do. And I think, you know, as an individual counselor, I'm interested in learning as folks move forward, Mr. Chairman, what an action plan would look like as it relates to this and how it can be broken down incrementally and prioritized. I know there was some discussion earlier about funding and capacity, fiscal, and in terms of person power. But I think that would be particularly helpful, Mr. Chairman. So certainly like, by the way of an order, just to ask, you know, at some point, if the game plan and the action plan with prioritization delineated can be provided at some point. And I don't expect it tomorrow or next week. I mean, this is at your pace. I know Dr. Castile will be doing well with that, because it might give us as a council a roadmap in terms of how to support the work, how to support the manager, and, you know, potential advocacy on the state or federal level, because We can't do this alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Ojeda.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I really look forward to working with you. Oh, turned off. With all this, especially with your key findings and recommendations for next steps. I'm really interested in it. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And all the great work, I really appreciate it. So see you soon.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the motion is going to send this to Public Health and also collectively with the reports requested. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yeah.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, I think Council Bergman said yes also.
Council
I
Bergman?
did, thank you, Mr.
Yes?
Chairman. Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. We are on 12.26A. Recommend approving the easement to National Grid for property situated on northwesterly side of Huntley Street and southerly side of Midland Street. Adopting the roll call? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, 10 point, we can take these collectively, 10.30A and B, which is Transmitting Information Communication Roads, the fiscal year 2024 financial update as of June 3rd, 2024, and Transmitting Information Communication Roads, the fiscal year 2024 financial update as of May 31st, 2024. We're going to send those to MO. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Recommend the adoption of the order conveyance of easement for Verizon New England, Inc. Motion is adopted on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, we have finance items. We can take these collectively if you'd like. It's 10.34A, 10.35A through K, 10.36A through C, 10.37A through D. Take these, adopt on the roll call. Which one? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
I just missed all those numbers. I'm sorry. All the finance?
Starting at 10.34A to 10.37D.
Okay. Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next is transmitting information communication of the update on the administration of the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Mr. Manager, thank you for the report and the update. Time is pressing on these, and I know MO will send it to MO for a hearing, so we can discuss that in further detail. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify one thing. There has been, this is a conversation just in the neighborhood. Is there any risk of us losing any of this money that we've already allocated, not only on this list, but on some of the capital projects that we've talked about that might have gotten some stalled? You know, obviously Roosevelt School comes to mind. Do we have deadlines that we're up against, or is there anything we should be watching out for?
Mr. Manager?
Through the
through the chair to the council, no, there is no risk of us losing any money. One of the things that we're doing is we're looking at projects in areas where there might be some surplus in terms of dollars that are left over. And so we're moving some of that. Here in this report, you see that I'm actually moving $667,000 to rental assistance because we were able to identify that within some of our programs. And so we were shifting it there because we know that there's an area there. We keep hearing from the housing or agencies and the organizations that I'm constantly meeting with of the need for more rental assistance. So we decided to shift that. But right now we feel very comfortable that all these monies are either contracted, allocated, or ready to be spended. So we don't have any fear that by the end of December, if there is any doubt within the next month or two that certain projects are delayed or what have you, then we will reconsider those allocations and come back to council with a proposal what we want to move those monies to.
Thank you. So send that to Municipal Operations. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak a little bit to some of the allocations. Folks in the community did reach out to me regarding some of this. And, when we look at some of the grant awards that went out and you look at, some of the smaller groups that are led by diverse folks and groups of folks, one of the things that's mentioned in this report, it's an acknowledgement. One of the folks did say to me that, when you look at an entity on one scale, if you're looking at the cultural organization grant program, for example, when you take a look at that and you see some of the more financially stable and consistent award recipients, Ecotarium, Hanover Theater, Mechanics Hall, Worcester Art Museum, etc. And you go down the list, the amounts that they are giving are in some instances 3 or 4 times more than some of the groups that are so much in need of this support and so much reflective of the disproportionate impact that COVID-19 had. But what I wanted to point out and give the administration opportunity to speak to is that in this very document, it talks about how, with regard to eligible applicants, that the federal requirements are that the amount of aid must be commensurate to the economic harm experienced by the organization. It says here, quote, "We recognize that inherently leads to a trend of larger organizations receiving larger dollar amounts as they have significantly higher cost structures." And so, given that fact, I'm wondering if you could just share briefly what was put in place and what was done to help kind of mitigate that reality. Because we have a number of needs that are met, and we know that the folks that are closest to the community are those grassroots organizations. And while these other groups have served us well and will continue to serve us in great capacity, folks who just want to kind of hear from the city a little bit about that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dunn?
Sure. Through the chairman to the counselor, I think one of the important concepts too under the American Rescue Plan Act as it relates to nonprofit organizations that I think can sometimes be lost in all of the verbose language, quite frankly, in the final rule that governs the distribution of funds, is that when you provide grant funding to a nonprofit, that nonprofit could either be a beneficiary of the grant or a subrecipient of the grant. And so what we tried to do across all of our ARPA programs was not just have a one-size-fits-all, we're going to do this one program with a bunch of different criteria, and that's how we're going to distribute all of the dollars to the nonprofit community. We tried to come up with different slices of different programs so that we could treat the eligibility and the structure of those programs in different ways to hopefully provide a wide range of opportunities to the nonprofit community. And so this was one of the programs that was structured where the nonprofit organization itself is the beneficiary. So we recognize that those organizations have constituencies, residents that they serve, But in the context of this particular program, because it was structured as pandemic relief funding to the organization as the beneficiary, we had to look at, okay, how was that organization harmed by the pandemic? And so there's a correlation between the financial harm of the pandemic and, quite frankly, the size of the cost structure, as you mentioned, of that organization. And so while it looks like on an absolute dollar amount basis that some of the smaller organizations, again, clearly received smaller dollar awards in terms of the total grant size, in relationship to their cost structure, in some cases, those organizations received 100% of their annual expenses, whereas a larger organization maybe received less than 10% of their annual expenses. So relatively speaking, some of those organizations actually received a significant benefit in the context of how the pandemic harmed their organization. So just to kind of then put it into context, there were other programs that we did that the nonprofit grant making was done where that organization is a subrecipient. So they're carrying out services to residents who are the beneficiaries of those funds. In that case, we could consider larger awards as we did, particularly under the community projects and programs category, where we actually were able to help support the growth of organizations, because it wasn't about just where are they at today or where were they at in the pandemic and how were they harmed by the pandemic, but what are they doing to meet the needs of the community and the residents that were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and create a grant award that is related to the cost of the services that they are then providing to those beneficiaries. So that's something that's just important to recognize in terms of how assistance could be, outlaid to nonprofits and whether they're treated as a beneficiary or whether they're treated as a subrecipient of the funds. And I'd say that, of the criteria that we established for this particular program, the disproportionately impacted communities criterion was the heaviest weighted, but it's still through the lens of, okay, is this still reasonably proportional to the extent and the type of harm that organization experienced from the pandemic. And that can be more acute when you think of, carrying the payroll if there was higher staffing levels in the organization, that they maintain the employment levels and all of the income that provides to those families being supported through those employment opportunities. If they're carrying a physical space, the cost related to carrying a mortgage or rent and utilities and all those related expenses, versus other nonprofit organizations that might operate sort of remotely and have fewer employees, in some cases are entirely volunteer run. And it's not to discount the value that smaller organizations provide to the community. It's just in the structure of then reviewing how they were, directly impacted financially by the pandemic. It's making sure that we're staying within those boundaries that the federal government set out.
Mr. Manager, Julian.
Through the chair to the council, one of the things that I want to add to that is one of the requirements of the application was that these organizations were to submit their actual receipts of expenses, of burdens, or things that they had to endure during a significant period during the pandemic. And that was articulated, that period of time was articulated during the application. All applicants knew that. So the award came based on what they had submitted during that time frame. And again, taking into consideration that some of the organizations that, again, have been fully funded based on their entire operating budget in comparison to others who were less than roughly 10%.
Thank you.
Councilor King?
I have some further questions but I'll reserve that for when it goes to MLO. What I will say is I do have a question around, I know it said that we look like we're going to meet that deadline to contractually obligate all funds. But if you could just, and I know we've shared this previously, but just for the sake of whether or not I'm going to be in opposition to anything, if you could share what the next deadline is. So I know there's a 2025 deadline as relates to maybe expenditure or disbursement, I'm not quite sure. And what happens if we don't meet that?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, the deadline is December 31st of 2024. These funds need to be contracted. And so right now, the majority of these funds are already contracted. There's a significant portion that are going through the contracting period right now. And then there's some that are going to be contracted within the next 4 to 6 weeks.
And to move money around, you do not need council approval. Is that right, through the chair?
Through the chair, that is correct.
I look forward to seeing how we continue to improve in this area. there's a lot of good work that's been done here, Mr. Chairman. And we know through the many committee meetings that we've gone through, the areas that we need additional assistance, additional funding, that fit the spirit of the ARPA legislation. I certainly encourage us to do exactly that. I know I want to be appreciative of the 1.5 million that was designated to support youth employment as a result of the budget cuts to Youth Works program by the state. And again, the increase in rental assistance. I encourage the administration to continue to look at parks, taking another look at that Tacoma project. If there's additional monies that we're looking at, a hybrid situation over there that includes a pool and any other amenities that we can offer to that neighborhood, to those kids and families, Mr. Chairman. But again, I look forward to the oversight that will be provided in committee, and I'll be in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Russell.
Just to follow up on Councilor King's questions, through you to the administration, he mentioned just a moment ago parks. On the ARPA funds, is there any money that's free and available for parks? Just a few weeks ago, Mr. Chairman, we heard when we reviewed the city manager, I was very critical of the administration for the lack of communication and the moving of money from one of the neighborhoods that was, if you look at the heat maps, it was most critically impacted by COVID, which was Vernon Hill, with that $1 million commitment that we all made to the families up there that has not been, that was utilized in other facilities. Even we were celebrating the opening of Mulcahy Field, the basketball court, but when you look around, we say, hey, where's the pickleball court? That was on the plan, and I'm sure the budget did it, the expenses of everything has gone up so high and that. So question for you, Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the manager, is there money available to put back into these neighborhoods that desperately need this, that were affected dramatically by COVID?
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, right now, one of the things, the exercises that we're doing, and we do this on a weekly basis, is we're evaluating these projects that whether are in line, have been proposed in terms of status, could we get them bidded, could we get them contracted in time to be able to expend, to get these contracted by the end of this calendar year. That is evaluation is where I could be able to come back to you. I could probably come back to you in a few weeks and say, hey, you know what? We've identified a few $1 million or $100,000 or $600,000 where this project's not moving forward, and we're gonna think we can move it into the Parks Department, we can move it into whatever. So there is opportunity still for that. There are projects that are gonna be moving forward right now that may or may not have some overruns, and that's a conversation that we're looking at as well, where we may have to move some money. But again, this is a moving target, but we're making sure that we're staying to that deadline of December 31st.
Mr. Chairman, I would encourage the administration to keep in mind and keep the eye on the prize of the outline of what these funds were meant for and the neighborhoods that it were meant to address. And I think I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so we'll send that to...
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, Councilor Nguyen. I'm sorry, apologies.
It's okay, no worries. I also had a few questions, and I do want to thank Maide Morales for grounding us on the statistics of the folks most impacted by COVID and the tough years of the pandemic, which is still ongoing. And I feel like I hear a theme here on council, which is I feel like we moved away from that reality. So my questions, I just want to state that I'm not here to pick on specific orgs, but I do have questions on impact on vulnerable populations and the allocations of the funds in an equitable manner. When I see this list, right, I see a lot of music and art focused orgs getting the highest amount versus BIPOC cultural-led orgs with history of working with the hardest hit and low income vulnerable populations. And so, like Councilor King, a lot of folks reached out to me. And so I wanted to ask, how did we decide on the tier of eligible applicants, and how was the harm of the demographics decided in allocating these to the orgs, the amount of money to the orgs?
Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the counselor, so when we first started crafting the structure of this program, we had always kind of outlined from the beginning that we were trying to use the ARPA dollars to really try to meet all of the needs and address the recovery needs of the pandemic in every sort of corner of our city and really across a variety of sectors and industries, which is why we have the robust sort of portfolio of programs, particularly under economic development, in terms of the administration of those dollars to really meet a lot of the needs and help the recovery of small businesses, the nonprofit community, residents, homeowners, renters, the unhoused. And so we really kind of tried to create that spectrum of assistance. And so for this particular program, when we were thinking about pandemic relief for nonprofit organizations, we realized we must not be doing this in a vacuum. There must be other communities and organizations or communities and states that have done this type of relief program for the cultural sector. And we actually found that very recent to when we were starting to put together this program, the Mass Cultural Council had done something very similarly with the ARPA dollars that they had received. And from what we had heard from the cultural community, the Mass Cultural Council process was viewed as very widely successful in terms of how they distributed those dollars across the state. And so we engaged with them. We received a detailed description about how that program was crafted, how they viewed eligibility, how they then made determinations on awards. And I would say that our program, as it relates to eligibility, was actually more flexible than their approach. Some of it is grounded in sort of the requirements again of the federal regulations around when a nonprofit organization is being granted funds as a beneficiary. And so that created the requirement that the applicant must be a 501c3 tax exempt nonprofit that was established prior to the onset of the pandemic. So if you're doing dollars to basically help an organization recover from the negative effects of the pandemic, they had to have experienced the onset of the pandemic and sort of all that occurred through that state of emergency. And so that led to some of the initial threshold eligibility in terms of being a nonprofit organization, specifically a 501c3 tax exempt organization that was established prior to the pandemic. And then also because this was designed as a program for the creative sector, for the arts and culture sector, we asked organizations to provide us with a copy of their mission statement because we wanted to make sure that the organization applying for funds was in alignment with that creative sector. And so we kind of had that defined as an organization that has arts, culture, humanities, creative expression as a core part of their mission statement. And I would say that the Mass Cultural Council actually defined that a little bit more strictly, where they had to their process defined eligible applicants as those organizations that were what they called fully cultural. So they rendered applicants ineligible if they were not nonprofit organizations, of course, but also if they didn't have a certain percentage of their budget being spent on arts and cultural activities. And so as we reviewed our threshold eligibility with our committee of residents that informed this process and reviewed the draft with us, we did end up making some awards to some organizations where arts and culture, creative expression was not very clearly stated in their mission statement, but it was clear that they're a larger organization that does arts and culture related programming in their facility. And I think it's maybe not super helpful to, as you mentioned, kind of calling out certain organizations by name, but I think it was actually good that we were able to include some of those organizations, some of which are BIPOC led, that under the Mass Cultural Council definition actually would have been ineligible to receive any funding at all. So that's just one example of how that resonated through our process. And then in addition, we again had a few stated criteria as we evaluated the effect of the pandemic and our goal of prioritizing disproportionately impacted communities. And certainly those folks from disproportionately impacted races and ethnicities is an important part of that. But we did use the federal definition in the final rule of organizations located in a qualified census tract organizations led by or organizations that primarily serve disproportionately impacted races and ethnicities, or organizations led by or that primarily serve low-income families. And so those factors around disproportionately impacted communities helped us rank how the organization meets those. But again, that was one of 5 sort of comparative criteria. It was the most heavily weighted, but through, again, the lens of this requirement that as beneficiaries through this structure, because we're providing them with relief funding because of the harm that their organization experienced. Again, it's not structured like some of our other programs where it's about, well, what services or what could you deliver to the community or the population that you serve, and how could we help you, grow that and meet that need in a bigger way than you might be able to today. It was really about how was the organization itself as a nonprofit corporation negatively impacted by the pandemic. So we have some boundaries that we had to operate within. And I would say that, again, for the proportionality of it and relatively speaking, while on an absolute dollar basis, some of the smaller organizations look like received smaller dollars compared to the larger organizations, when you consider those awards and the impact it'll have on their organization and their efforts to recover from the pandemic, I would argue that a grant that's supporting 100% of an organization's annual expenses is going to have a relatively outsized impact than another grant that might be supporting, just less than 10% of that organization's annual expenses, albeit it's a much larger organization. So on an absolute dollar value, it leads to a larger grant award. But again, relatively speaking, and what that'll hopefully do for the organization is the doors that it'll open for a smaller organization that knows for the entire next year, they can now use their efforts on fundraising or other sources of revenue to take their organization to new heights and not just worry about trying to fundraise to meet their status quo. Through this grant opportunity, we've been able to totally meet their status quo and enable them to reach higher heights by doing that. And so that's kind of how some of that resonated through the development of the application itself, as well as the review and comparative evaluation. And I guess just one other statistic as we reviewed it as well, I think we've had some good success, and we had, as was described in our communication, there was a lot of targeted outreach to a lot of smaller organizations. We recognize that some folks don't always have, the robust staffing to, take advantage of these opportunities and do the necessary paperwork and fill out the application. So we tried to structure this application in a way that was very simplified compared to some of the other programs we launched. I think we've learned from that. I think we definitely took into consideration previous feedback we got from the community and tried to simplify the application further and did targeted outreach, because I think when you look at the portfolio of organizations that are receiving an award from us, we have a higher percentage of which that are BIPOC-led organizations than what we saw through the data provided by the Mass Cultural Council as well. In their report, there were about 1,219 grants given statewide through the Mass Cultural Council and 188. So about 10% or so, a little over 10% were BIPOC, and I think we have a larger percentage of our grantees being BIPOC-led. So I think that that's a good indication that we at least tried to have that intentionality to do that targeted outreach and get as many folks that were eligible for this opportunity, getting them to have a successful application into the office to take advantage of this opportunity.
Thank you. Councilman Nguyen?
Yes, thank you. And I do agree. And, I think one of the sentiment that I hear in the community is that, they did a lot of advocacy, a lot of ways for us to better our application process. And this is the result of it, and I think that that's where the salt really hurts the wound, is that a lot of folks advocated for a more equitable process. And so I do hear and understand that, these funds are based on the, commensurable to the scale of the organization. And I think one of the things that I'm interested in really understanding is, knowing that there was that systemic inequity, as noted in the report, kind of what Councillor King said, which is like, how did we choose to really do better? How do we really figure out a process in which things can actually be more equitable? And I also want to ask, what other options or alternatives did we consider? And were there other organizations that were denied? And are you confirming that we gave these orgs that are smaller kind of like the maximum amount that they could have gotten?
Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the council, there was a series of questions in there, so if I forget something, just remind me. So again, I think that this particular program shouldn't be viewed in a vacuum. Again, there's probably close to 20 different programs that were launched by the city, many of which were carried out by our office, including several programs that were available to the nonprofit community. And I would say that it wasn't even just the only program that we've made available for the creative cultural sector. So by way of example, the previous program that we had done was for organizations that were involved in community and cultural festivals, because we know the impact of the pandemic and how what that did for organizations that put on these important offerings to our community, often free of charge, and also celebrate the diversity and cultural communities that we have in the city of Worcester. And specifically in that program, we actually did a maximum grant award for BIPOC organizations that was 25% larger than any other award. So in order to get that 25% bonus funding, you had to be a BIPOC-led organization in order to achieve that additional funding. We also have other dollars that are designed to help us implement a lot of the goals and strategies outlined in the cultural plan. So the cultural plan, as I'm sure the council is familiar with, was created with a lot of community engagement and was a key partnership between the City of Worcester, the Cultural Coalition, and the Greater Worcester Community Foundation. So there will be further opportunities as those dollars are programmed and spent for similar organizations to get another bite at the apple, so to speak, in terms of what they're doing already or what they're seeking to do over the next year or so that is in alignment with the goals and strategies of the cultural plan for the city of Worcester. So in this particular case, again, just because we wanted to have programs that were structured in a variety of different ways under the final rule. So ARPA provided us with opportunities to come up with different programs and structuring them in different ways and trying to get to organizations that maybe didn't have an opportunity through some of the other funding that we offered. So some of the larger awards as well. And again, one of the review criteria was other ARPA dollars that they had received from the city or state government in terms of reviewing that, because we wanted to make sure that those impacted by the pandemic haven't been excluded from the opportunities. And so that was another factor that was evaluated. And I think that, again, like through the development of this application, having community involvement through our committee in reviewing that, it's hard to get into a lot of the nuances related to each and every application because there's a lot of detail that is reviewed. We took several months to review this and report out and get feedback from the committee that we have. So on any case-by-case basis, that answer could be different, but I do think generally speaking, as we think of smaller organizations versus larger organizations, proportionally and relative to their annual expenses, I think that that approach, that intentionality or that equity does resonate in some sense, where the grant award in relationship to what they need to fundraise for, what they need to accomplish over the next year based on past experience of their expenses over the last several years does resonate to some degree in terms of that intentionality. I know it doesn't mean that everybody's always happy with the results of that. I definitely recognize that. And I'm not saying that this process is perfect or pure in any way. There's always, room for subjectivity or different perceptions on how it's carried out or ways that it could have been done differently. And so, I do think we feel confident that the process was a successful one, and that for some of these organizations, it's the first time that they've ever received $1 from the city of Worcester. I think that's a powerful story, that this is the first time that some of those organizations will receive any support from the city. So I think that through a variety of those, those elements, that's kind of how the process played out. And I think one question that you had as well is if there were any ineligible organizations, and there were 4. So there were 4 organizations that were deemed ineligible, 3 of which it was due to insufficient documentation that the organization existed prior to the onset of the pandemic. So again, that's something that is not up to our discretion, staff discretion, or the committee's discretion. That's something that is inherent in providing pandemic relief funding to the organizations, is that they were in existence at the onset of the pandemic. And then we had one organization that was not based in Worcester. And so one of the other threshold eligibility requirements was that this was for nonprofit arts and culture organizations that are based in the city of Worcester.
Gotcha. And thank you for that. I do feel like, I'm holding both, that, there was a logic of equity here about the scale of different organizations. And I also want the city to also understand that this logic of equity is also not resonating with a lot of organizations that has been on the ground. And my other question that you haven't answered was, are we saying that we gave the organizations on the bottom of the list like their highest amount possible according to the measurement of, their organization size?
Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the counselor, I wouldn't be comfortable making that generalization for the entire, suite of organizations towards the bottom quarter or half of the list.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And so I guess I would just like to end with, I really hope to see the final usage of the ARPA fund towards community and orgs, who really anchor the city and serve vulnerable folks severely impacted by COVID, and to support their recovery. I think we've learned a lot in this process. And as we close that out, I hope, with all the learnings of these funds and the community that really, pushed us to do better, I hope that's where we end. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll send that to municipal operations. All those favor, opposed, so ordered.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Oh,
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Ajay?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
yes. Okay. Okay, we are on chairman's orders. 11A, refer to the Education Committee. 11B, refer to Public Health and Human Services. 11C to 11U minus 11B, which is held under privilege. Motion is to adopt. We can take those collectively.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Ajay? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo? Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, we are under orders, part one. We do have additional holds. Councilor Toomey is going to hold 12M, N, and O under privilege, and I'm going to hold 22S under privilege.
Just repeat that. Is it 12MNO or 12M?
Michael Nancy, no, yep. 12M, N, O.
Okay, all three. Okay.
And mine was 22S, which is Wiscombe Street. There seems to be some confusion on that, so it's going to hold that under privilege. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Which one?
Which ones? Okay. Under the orders, this is section 12 on part 1, 12M, N, and O. And also under the ordinances approvals and traffic and parking, and a hold under privilege 22S. Okay. Everybody else set?
Only two S, you said.
Not yet, George.
Count on you to keep track of them, Mr. Gibbons.
Yeah.
It's a lot of numbers.
Okay. 12A is request the man provide council the plan to execute temporary repairs on private streets to have properly petition the city in accordance with chapter 302 of the Acts of 84. So repairs should not exceed the $6 per linear foot as per chapter 302 Acts of 84, and should be completed during fiscal year 25. Councilor Russell.
As it reads.
Send that to the manager. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman,
Oh, hang on. Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Haji, Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill Carlson, Counselor Nguyen,
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda,
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo,
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 12B, in light of the over $6,000 expense of one vending machine, request manager to provide city council report detailing the rationale of continuing the policy of not allowing merchants to recoup the credit card fees incurred when residents buy trash bags with a credit card. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, can we also take 12Y and 12Z? We'll have one big discussion about trash bags
Yeah, sure.
together.
Request that the manager immediately discontinue the procedure of rejecting trash bags that are believed to be overweight. We have similar violations by leaving the sometimes stinky full bags on the street and not picking them up, and the city is not helping its neighborhood quality of life. Request the manager provide council with detailed report as to the costs associated with weighing trash bags, including staff hours. Said report should include whether there are cost savings or extra expenses to dispose of any non-conforming bags. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, that might be the first time the word stinky was ever on the city council agenda, but Mr. Chairman, this is an issue that affects our neighborhoods, affects our quality of life, but I'm going to deal with them as you read them, the three items, but they're all related, dealing with the trash bags. Mr. Chairman, we have a situation where small merchants are losing hundreds and hundreds of dollars a year to provide the bags to the city of Worcester bags. And I would just ask the administration in the item of 12B to take another close look at that. Because if you look at that machine that was done in good faith down in Main South at the new 311 office, that machine only takes cash. And that machine, according to Mr. Goodwin, is only sold since it's been there close to a month, probably 10 or 15 bags, 10 or 15 packages of bags. And for us to have spent around $6,000 for that machine, if you just put it in comparison fact, we could have allowed 20,000 bags to be sold by merchants. 20,000 bags. Because we could, if we allowed the merchants to get back their 3% that they're paying credit card companies to run these things through their, because almost everybody pays for everything with their credit cards. And I don't blame them. Small businesses don't want to lose money. And quite frankly, they're insulted that they're being asked to lose money. And they should be allowed a stipend equal to, they're not looking to make money on it, they're looking to just break even. To allow them to break even on the sale of these bags. I think it would make these bags more accessible to the general public. You'd have more businesses that would be more than willing to have them nearby. All they're asking for is not to lose money on them. And I would just ask respectfully that the administration consider that, especially before setting up any more vending machines, especially vending machines that don't take a credit card. And I think if you, quite frankly, my guess is if you were able to take a credit card on that machine, you'd be selling a lot more bags even there. Mr. Chairman, the other two items that I have dealing with the trash bag situation are pretty direct and to the point. Mr. Chairman, it's a conversation that I had privately with the manager before I filed the items. It's a conversation that I know he's even had impact in his own neighborhood with the rejection of the yellow trash bags. This is not a new thing. The city of Worcester has always rejected bags that they deemed being too heavy. But, Mr. Chairman, it seems like it's an awful lot more as of late. In the last few weeks, the last couple of months, if you will, it has been an awful lot. And, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest to you that if a private resident put a bag of trash out early or out on the street for a day or more and let it just sit there, that we'd be knocking on their door and finding them and asking them to clean it up. And that's what our crews are doing. And not only that, but they're slowing up the process. The poor guys and gals from the sanitation department are hustling, working hard, trying to move get as much ground covered and as many bags taken as quickly as they can. And they're stopping to write up the green slip on a bag and then to leave it in front of people's house. Can you imagine going to work, putting your bag out, your bag of trash out, that you had a party over the weekend and you made the mistake, God forbid, of buying watermelons or buying something that's heavy, and you happen to have too many things in the bag. The bag's too heavy. Remember Manager Augustus telling us that we have these new bags with the drawstrings and how wonderful it's going to be because we're going to be able to put more in those bags? Well, that was the pitch that I heard, the pitch that I made when I was justifying voting for increasing that price of those bags. And Mr. Chairman, for us to leave those bags out on the street when someone put them out at 7 o'clock in the morning in good faith, if they were heavy, even if they were very heavy, and leave them there all day long for the person to come home from work in the dead of summer and to find that bag still on the sidewalk with a green slip on it. And the green slip doesn't even say we'll be back tomorrow to deal with it. The green slip just says it's rejected. So how many times my phone has been rung lately as a district councilor, people complaining that it'd be, what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do? And I can't tell them, take it down to Millbury Street because there's no facility down there. They could take recycling down there, but they can't take it down there. Why don't we have a truck, an old trash truck down there or at some other location, maybe at the DPW yard, where we can say to people, hey, you loaded the bag too much, take it over there and just put it in the truck. We're asking people think that they're going to have to hold a stinky bag of trash in their home for another week. And it just isn't right. And then to add insult to injury, Mr. Chairman, I've come to find out that our quality of life team is there through the addition of a new staff member, has been tasked with basically going around and dealing with this the next day. And in my neck of the woods, in a big portion of District 3, our trash day is Friday. That means that we've got quality of life team either working overtime or working on a Saturday to deal with this issue. And according to Mr. Cahill, was one week where we had over 200 bags and they all pitched in, himself included, going out with a fish scale, from what he tells me, on the back of the quality of life team vehicle, weighing these bags. It just isn't right. It's insulting. It's insulting. We should be making life easier for our residents. We shouldn't be making life harder. That's the bottom line. We should be doing everything we can. And it's not cost effective. How could it be cost effective to pass on picking up a bag, even if it's twice as heavy as it should be? How could it be cost effective to not pick that bag up and maybe leave a note or send a notice to somebody later on suggesting that they don't load the bags up as much? How could it be cost effective to leave it there on a summer day on the sidewalk and then to have another crew or another person come back the next day to deal with it? It just doesn't make sense. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that these items be sent to the administration to take a long, hard look. I'm sure the manager and Mr. Fink and the rest of the quality of life team have thought this through. But I really don't think this is a good process of what we're doing now. I don't want to make it sound like we're rejecting every other bag. I understand. And of course, I'm not being unrealistic. If somebody's got something, construction debris or a cinder block in the bag, I don't expect you to get it. But this new wave in the last few weeks of all of a sudden saying we got to weigh bags or we got to be more selective, and I see it all over District 3. I saw a bag just on Monday morning or Tuesday. I sent a picture of it to Mr. Cahill on Blythewood with 3 days after trash day, still on the side of the road with a green sticker on it. It just isn't part of what we're trying to do. I've got other items on the agenda dealing with rodents. Leave a bag full of trash on the sidewalk, and it certainly doesn't help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask that these items go to the administration.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly support much of this. I do have some clarifying questions that perhaps the administration could share and shed some light on before I cast my vote in full support or not. To what degree is this an issue? I know that my colleague had referenced as of late a number around 200 or so. Like I've never seen this myself. So I'm just wondering, how prevalent is it? Are we actually taking quality of life folks and dedicating them to this rather than folks from other departments or what have you? But I could just get a little bit of context from the administration's perspective, given the fact that there's already been some discussion between the manager and the filer of the order.
Through the chair to the council. So there's been some, I want to kind of put it all in context. I'll try to do the best that I can in terms of why we're having these issues. Like the council stated, this has been a long-standing practice of this municipality, where if the bag is over a certain limit, you get a green tag. I myself, a few months ago, got a green tag. My trash bag was too heavy, and I had to bring it back inside when I got home from work after a long day of working in municipal government. And so one of the things that we tried to do in this effort to try to support and mitigate some of the challenges that we have with staffing and changing of staff in the operations in the DPW department was to try to shift some of that responsibility of the overweight stuff or anything that was left behind or something that was maybe put out too early or just left behind by a truck, for the quality of life through their kind of precinct model, and as they're going through neighborhoods, be able to pay attention to that and then be able to address the issue. That this is the new kind of structure that we're trying out as part of the quality of life team to help support DPW in the efforts in terms of what they're doing there. One of the challenges, and I know, it may not seem cost effective and, to give the resident the opportunity, you just pick it up, just get it out of there. There is a challenge with that. One of the highest areas where we have injured on duty, workers' comp, et cetera, is in this particular division, because they're running, they're trying to pick up trash, and sometimes these things have sticks sticking out and they get cut, they get, impacted, or they blow out their back and trying to run and pick something up and throw it. And so there is a weight limit for that particular reason, because again, we want to protect our employees as they're running and going through the streets and picking up the trash. But again, I do acknowledge that there's been a situation in the past few weeks that, or month, I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a number of situations where have been individuals where the bag has been there a day or two or three, like the council has stated. Quality of life is on top of that. We're going to revisit that process with DPW to see if maybe perhaps DPW can continue that, or perhaps quality of life can provide some support in another way. But I'd be happy to bring a report that looks at the entire program.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate that. I appreciate Councilor Russell bringing this forward. The last thing we want to do is nickel and dime folks or be over assertive with regards to this policy, particularly when we want to have clean streets, when we want to have less vermin or rodents or whatever the case might be throughout the city. The only thing I would do and would hope that the councilor would allow an amendment at 12B. Some time ago, I had asked, after meeting with some school folks, about distributing some of the yellow trash bags at various community locations for folks who are impoverished or having some financial hardship. So I would just ask if it was okay with the Councilor Russell to amend 12B to include an update on attempts to look at community spaces for ways to help mitigate financial hardship with identifying a set amount of yellow trash bags to meet the needs of those folks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. Those three. All those in favor? Opposed? So, I'm sorry. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Hajier,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell, Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We are on B. I'm sorry, we already did B. We are on C. Request city manager provide council a report concerning the plans relative to which trees are to be removed, planted on Endicott Street and Bigelow Street to ensure such information is shared in a more transparent manner. Council King.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman, this was at the request of some constituents. Thank you.
Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia, Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, D. Request the manager provide council with a report detailing parking plan set, add, adjust parking at Crompton Park that includes diagrams depicting the changes to the parking in the area. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular park in this neighborhood, Green Island, has gone under significant changes over the years and weeks and months and days. So this is simply as it reads, Mr. Chairman. We want to make sure that, that we have the latest information. There is some community meetings that are occurring, but would like a report back regarding this plan, along with any sort of time frames and things of that nature. I know that I spoke with the councilor Ojeda, who's on top of this, that there has been some changes with regards to the overall plan there, but would like a report with an update. Thank you.
Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request manager to post a link to the Human Rights Commission conclusions from Neighborhood Meeting Initiative document on their page and city's website to ensure the public has access to the document. For requested data from said report be updated and provided to the city council. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This report came before us quite some time ago. However, it's the latest that we have regarding demographics in neighborhood meetings. It also involved surveying and getting an analysis of and perception from both neighborhood groups, also the response teams and the response officers that attend. And significantly, this is important information to have up. I'd like to amend this to include that the city manager explore engaging in a new analysis of neighborhood meetings, a new document, new data. This particular data that we had is important because a lot of times we hear that, this is what the neighborhoods want. Now, folks that attend these meetings are significantly engaged with the city. They're often on first name basis with councilors and legislators and administrators and employees and department heads. But it's important to know, I think for the public at large, that when the city references our neighborhood groups, that the demographics are clear. And the conclusions of this particular that I'm looking at right now, the conclusions of this study in terms of accessibility, responsiveness, and recommendations are there for folks to look at. We know that when we look at that particular report that was included in my filing, shows that, we look at a breakdown by age. 67% of folks that attend these meetings are over the age of 55, close to 80% between 45 and 55 plus. Look at the racial breakdown, 84% white, 7% Hispanic, 1% Asian, 3% African American or Black, 59% females attend these meetings. And these meetings are extremely important. They inform us, they're coming directly from the neighborhoods. But it's also important to understand that there's other means and ways of measuring our community feedback. And, I'm assuming that demographics have changed. I'm assuming that the compositions of these neighborhood groups have changed, and I hope to get an update when the manager feels that it's appropriate in order to do. But I really think that this extensive report and these conclusions from Human Rights Commission should be located on the website, Mr. Chairman. So it's in that spirit that this order was filed. Thank you.
Thank you. A roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request to see manager install cameras on Newman Hill in an effort to address neighborhood concerns relative to nuisance issues in the area. Council Haji and Council Pasillo.
Could we send this both to committee and to the administration, please? And as it reads.
We'll send that to Parks then. Okay, we'll send that to Parks. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Sorry.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji, Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the mayor invite Worcester native son Stephen Nodorovic to an upcoming city council meeting to recognize appropriately feted and for his world-class performance and bring in 2 bronze medals, including assisting the United States men's gymnastics team attain its first medal since 2008, back to a proud city from 2024 Olympics in Paris. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We started this meeting with great young people in sports, and now we're continuing to talk about a wonderful athlete who truly has brought pride to our country and our city. And I'm not sure, I think there are some discussions about having an event when he comes back or whatever, but we really should have something for 2 bronze medals in the Olympics. Is amazing. And so I think it's very important that we honor him the way that we should. Don't forget that our city seal has laurel around it, and that reflects in the ancient Olympics, the winners always wore the laurel, number one. Number two, when the army came back from the fights in ancient Rome, the generals were given the laurel wreath to wear upon their head, sign of victory. So let us fate our Olympic winner with victory that he deserves. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I know a lot of people have been asking about this. We did make contact probably a few weeks ago, and he's not in the area. When he's in the area, we'll coordinate that with the schools and the city manager's office and plan accordingly. Okay? Okay. Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yeah.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the mayor to provide council report detailing the feasibility of creating an Office of Housing Stability and includes the assessment of different malls used throughout the nation and surrounding cities and towns. Council Haji.
As it reads.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to sign on to that.
Okay. As amended, we'll send that to the manager for the feasibility of it. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio, Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 12I, request the standing committee on public works hold a meeting to draft a policy relative to the creation of honorary street names. Said policy should include but not limited to whether who should be eligible for the honorary street names, whether the policy should be limited to Worcester residents, past Worcester residents, whether business names should be included, causes would justify passage of an honorary street name title, whether passage should be limited to the certain number of years, decades, or centuries, entity gained notoriety. And further request that the city manager requests the Solicitor and Commissioner of Public Works and Parks provide guidance and recommendation of best practices used in other municipalities for said meeting to aid the committee in drafting honorary street policy. We'll send that to Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, it's just almost the same item I had on months ago, if not years ago. And I'm just asking for it to go to committee and for us to have a discussion in committee.
Sure. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this certainly makes sense, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if I'm in support of it. I've had folks in this sense, on this aspect. I've had folks reach out with concerns about equity. I've had folks reach out about these questions of process, which I think this will address. My only thought about perhaps opposing this would be how it's applied, Mr. Chairman. So we have pending requests for street namings. And who knows how long this process may or may not take. And what I would hope not to see, and I will certainly use this time to say that it shouldn't necessarily stop us from addressing the current requests that are pending, Mr. Chairman. We've gone ahead and we've done street namings for various reasons. We just did one most recently for Daniel Gaskins. We've done it for folks who have been engaged in business over, off Plantation Street. We've done it for former elected officials. We've done it for a host of folks under whatever parameters are in place in the committee that Councilor Russell leads, and also with the support of this council, Mr. Chairman. So what I hope that we can figure out a way to avoid, because I'm not sure if I'm going to oppose this or not, is whether or not there's a way to figure out would this apply moving forward? Would this impact the current folks that are waiting and feel delayed? I just don't want to have a situation where we have folks reaching out with concerns about differentiation in perhaps how things are moving versus other folks, and this being used as another, unintentionally used as another way of delaying, Mr. Chairman. So as I sit here and talk about it, I certainly going to support this and trust in the leadership of Councilor Russell. And I just wanted to again state that this should not be used to, increase any further delays on folks who continue to wait for hearings and public discussion on street namings. Thank you.
Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond to that. Each chairman has the, pile of items that they have that they could choose from for each agenda, and it's up to each chairman. But I would remind my colleague respectfully that any member of this council can pull any item out of any committee that they want. There are a bunch of pending, some that Councilor Carlson, Councilor Toomey had that they put forward. There was one even that is asking to name a street after Ed Augustus that we haven't decided that we wanted to have the discussion and go that discussion that way. But any member of this council, just like I did when we talked about the lobbyist thing when Councilor King was chairman of municipal operations, and that item never came up. I put forward on the council agenda an item to pull an item out of committee. Any member of this council can do that to any item. So I would just respectfully remind them, and I would also say that each one of us as chairpersons of our committees have the responsibility of dealing with it, the items that are there.
Councilor King? I'm sorry, Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Councilor King, and Councilor Russell has obviously, he's reached out to me and said the same thing about being able to pull it out. So I just want to make sure that, I understand what Councilor King is saying is more of going forward. So those that are impending, that it doesn't hold them back or affect what's already in place or what we're working towards now. I think just going forward. So those that are in place that, we look at those and see where we go with that, but going forward after where we end up with this. So, I love to support it as well, but at the same time, I just don't want to hold back those that are already in place that we need to look at. So thank you.
Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the reminder of the rules as it pertains to removing things out of committee. Mr. Chairman. I will say that that happens rarely on this council. I think folks are deferential to the leadership on that on those committees. I know that Councilor Russell is very well aware. He pulled an item out of my committee some years ago, so I'm quite familiar with the process. You know, and what I'll say is this: I'm going to support this particular item. I'm going to reiterate that we need to make sure that the current items that are pending are treated equitably and as equitably as the items that have moved out of that committee, Mr. Chairman. And I trust that Councilor Russell will do as he sees fit in that committee, and I'll defer to him for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, we'll send that to Public Works.
Councilor Bergman?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.A.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, request the manager review Greenwood Street for the purpose of installing additional crosswalks and speed limit signage, as well as ensuring the ideal locations for all existing crosswalks. Councilor Russell.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor King.
Yep. Thank you. I live right off of Greenwood Street, so I just want to speak on this. I understand council trying to move this forward. But I will say this. You know, one of the items that was held tonight is related to mid-block crossings. Mid-block crossings. And Greenwood Street is an example of this, Mr. Chairman. And I want to make sure that as we're doing this, we're also looking at the schools. And I'll speak to that when my item comes up. But the signage is important. You know, and I think one of the challenges we have on Greenwood Street is, in particular, you know, it's also a business corridor. And the way in which cars are parked, the importance of cars needing to park and have access to local businesses is important, Mr. Chairman. And the one question I just wanted for clarification before I vote on this is, are there currently any ordinance as it relates to, or law as it relates to parking near the crosswalks, Mr. Chairman? What is the buffer zone? Because I'm wondering if that should be part of this as well as an amendment through the chair to the administration. Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the administration. Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the administration. So if someone can answer that question, that would be helpful.
Mr. Commissioner.
Through the chair. So currently, the city ordinances prohibit parking within 20 feet of a crosswalk at an intersection, and that's whether the crosswalk is marked or not. It's important to understand that at an intersection.
Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah. So parking is prohibited within 20 feet of a crosswalk at an intersection, whether the crosswalk is marked or not. And the reason for that distinction is because when a sidewalk is present at an intersection, even if there's not a marked crosswalk there, it's a legal crossing opportunity. So you still need to park 20 feet from the intersection.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I know when we hear the matter, hopefully at the next council meeting regarding mid-block crossings and crosswalks, one of the things that we're going to have to do if we move forward on that is to amend our ordinance to include crosswalks that are not just at intersections, Mr. Chairman. So I'm hoping that we can do that, and that might be perhaps something we would need to do here. I don't know if there's any mid-block crossings on Greenwood Street, but if there is, you know, I'll work with Councilor Russell and folks to see if we need to do an amended ordinance. Thank you. I'd like to sign on to this.
Okay, send that to the manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yeah.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.A.? Councilor King?
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager requests Commissioner of Public Works and Parks review the private street Scandinavia Ave, Sherrod Trail, Forky Ave, and potential emergency measures that can be implemented to make the streets more drivable. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, request the manager provide council with an update concerning previously adopted order from September 12, 2023, which read request manager complete a safety audit for the following issues: safety of the areas where the children get dropped off and picked up during school hours at all schools, safety of the municipal streets where schools are located and the children must access when arriving at the Pine School buildings, which schools have crosswalks, which schools have blinking white crosswalk signs, which schools have 20 miles per hour signs posted. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important matter. I filed this last year at the beginning of the school year. I had it on the queue list, but didn't make it to committee prior, in that spring or summer. This is a definitely a safety issue for our public schools. When I was out and speaking with constituents, they had indicated that in some of our public schools, the signage just has never been there. And is not there. And they've focused on a lot of the school, or a number of the schools, not a lot, a number of schools, that are in more, in corridors or in densely populated neighborhoods. I've noticed in the last couple of weeks, some signage popping up, talking about school signage that says the miles per hour, says the beginning and start time of schools. And I've seen one or two, along with, the other aspects of the sign. This was a request for a self-audit, Mr. Chairman, going back in September. We're now beginning another school year. It's important. I'd like this audit to go back to traffic and parking. To really identify, and I can remember years ago, I can't remember who the council was, they did an order regarding drop-offs and pickup at the public schools. And this is sort of like that, but it's like really trying to take a point-in-time analysis. And I want that point in time to go back to September. I've met with the city manager on this. It's clear to me that this is being worked on. I've spoken to the commissioner about this. And I think inroads are being made, but it's important for the council to know where we were at and where we're going and what the funding needs to be. I'm not sure to what degree at all when we pass, the safety zone ordinance. When we pass that, I'm not sure how that'll impact. But what I do know is that I'd also received calls last year from the school right on Greenwood Street, near my house, Quinsigamond School, asking for signage, that there was not school signage. And those things prompted this order. And now we're beginning another school year. Mr. Chairman, safety of kids and parents and caretakers and administrators and teachers and educators is so important. It's not just the kids and family, it's the educators as well and the staff that work there. Are there places where the crosswalks we haven't gotten to them? And again, where is the signage? Through the chair to the administration, I'd like just sort of, you can give a verbal accounting of where things were a year ago, where we're at, where we're moving to. Have we begun to address this issue? The few times I've spoken with folks about it, sounded like they had. But if we can get some sort of verbal feedback before we get an actual report. And I'd like this report, I'd like this audit, Mr. Chairman, quite frankly, if it hasn't been completed already. And if it has been completed, either way, that it gets before the council by the next city council meeting, through the chair.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Through the chair to the counselor. So the audit is in progress. We will try to expedite that to complete it. I believe the next council meeting's the 10th. So we'll make our best effort to do that. We are working with the schools in a variety of ways. One of those ways is reintroducing them to the Safe Routes to Schools program, which is an important partner in helping to address the issues of pickup and drop off, as well as encouraging other ways of arriving to school in addition to being dropped off by a parent. We have, as the counselor noted, we have started improving signage at schools on, particularly starting on the busier corridors. So we did receive a grant, Signs and Lines grant is what it's called, that allowed us to improve the pavement markings and signage at Belmont Community School. We installed speed feedback school zone signs through another program that Mass DOT had at Vernon Hills School. We've additionally worked with the principals at Lakeview, Columbus Park, and other schools as well. So we are addressing the problem. It is a big issue. There's a number of schools, as Councilor noted, the signage and in some cases pavement markings outdated, so there is a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Chandler Street School, I mean, and I'm not going to assume, but, I will speculate that perhaps there was no signs there or the signage was difficult to read, Mr. Chairman. And, this is extremely important, particularly in, I don't know what the word is, arterial or those routes where, that's a big word for me. The arterial roads, that folks are traveling to go through the city, to and through the city, to get to their destination. And Greenwood Street's certainly one of those. Mill Street's one of those. There's a number of them. And to not have that signage is a major shortfall. And I just want it to resonate with the administration, what it's like for a counselor to bring something that even the commissioner admits is extremely pressing, extremely important, and not to have anything back, in quite some time. I appreciate that it's in process. I'm glad that there's collaboration. The last question I have through the chair of the administration, is there any coordination between DTM and Worcester Public Schools relative to crossing guards and the necessity thereof? And the reason I ask that is, it's no secret my daughter attends one of the Worcester Public Schools, and it's a challenge. And those folks, even, before my daughter attended, my other daughter did, and those folks make a big difference. I'm not sure how the traffic is going over at the New Doherty. I heard some stories about it. I know we had troubles over at Nelson Place last year. There's been some adjustments there, but in terms of safety of kids that falls on the city side, what is the engagement with Worcester Public Schools as it relates to that? And is there any communication with our folks around any aspect of that through the chair?
We have about 4 minutes left, Commissioner.
Through the chair to the counselor, we are actually meeting with Worcester Public Schools on a monthly basis now. That's something we've started within the last year. We attended their crossing guard training, which was informative to help understand that process. And that's something that we'll continue to work with them and the Safe Routes to Schools program to improve. I think there's a tie-in here as well with the Vision Zero program, yes, which is going to be, looking at all aspects of transportation safety and advising us on how we can work together between the school district, public health department, DTM, police department, and all of the parties.
That's a lot. I wish you well. I think a lot of folks have talked about, look, I've coached basketball, high school and college. I played it, and I give a good job when good jobs is being done. When I have an issue with a rollout, like I did on Mill Street, which I think was unacceptable, I'll say, hey, that's unacceptable. Let's get better. And it's a lot. Some folks tonight and others have talked about capacity and increasing the support and orders on there to do things differently. And I really looking for the city manager to outline how we can do that. I understand, and I'm not speaking specifically about this department, but just departments in general. I think on our side, I think folks are trying to be fiscally responsible when they're coming up with their budgets for their departments. I think perhaps on another side on another side of things, that folks are really just throw their wish lists out. And I certainly can appreciate that. But it's clear we have to do a little bit more here, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to add a second motion that the city manager continue to work with the city, with the school department, whoever those stakeholders are, through DTM. And if there's additional funding that needs to be had for crossing guards, let's do it. Let's do it. And, I appreciate the work that's being done. But again, I'm a bit concerned that this item has not been prioritized amongst all the other priorities. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to how this department will evolve, prior to budget season. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, since we're piling on the administration and it's only 9:45, I figured I'd bring up another oldie but goodie on a similar item. On January 17th of 2023, I put forward an item that said the city manager be and is hereby requested to consider developing a plan for constructing new sidewalks along all busy streets near all Worcester public schools, which would be done at city's expense and waive all fee assessments for abutters to said construction for those sidewalks. Mr. Chairman, through you to the administration, have we identified any sidewalks next to schools that we'd like to do? I mean, obviously you're working on Roosevelt up there, but besides Roosevelt, we get these on the Public Works Committee meeting where people put petitions in, and then we give the bad news to the neighbors that they're going to get a bill for $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and all of a sudden nothing happens because people don't want to. It's bad enough to ask someone that they're going to have to shovel a sidewalk or lose part of their yard, never mind that they're going to get a bill in the tens of thousands of dollars. Have we identified any new sidewalks near the schools?
To the chair, to the council, has there been areas where we've looked at that need some additional analysis and understanding for repairs of sidewalk? Absolutely, we've been able to do that. But I think it's important for the council to understand and the community to understand that because of so much conversation from this body and the community around transportation in general, whether it's street infrastructure, sidewalks, road surfacing, safe routes to schools, our school districts, crosswalks, I mean, you name it, it's been brought to this floor over the past year and a half, if not 2 years. One of the things that we've stood out to do since the beginning was create a mobility plan and also engage in the Vision Zero, because these plans is what's going to set out the course and the roadmap for us to be able to have the policies that we need to put in place and figure out what funding structures that we need to put in place to be able to do some of the engineering that needs to happen in our community. I understand the need to sometimes we need to act quickly in some areas, and I think we've been trying to do that as quickly as we could. But again, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves before we have a roadmap in terms of what those policies and the direction that we need to go to as a community. And that's why we've been leaning heavily on the Vision Zero and the mobility plan to give us that kind of framework to be able to get there. Understanding and knowing that there are specific requests and things that we need to move quickly. For example, Roosevelt's one that we need to move quickly on and figure that out as well. And then in addition to that, there's been a lot of conversation internally about some of the areas where there's sidewalk requirement and there's a responsibility of the resident in terms of us figuring out what the assessed value is. But there's areas that we feel as though it is vital and extremely important to have a sidewalk, no matter if a resident opposes it or not, because it's important for the actual corridor. And that's something that we're looking at as part of our planning process, where we feel as though that should be something that the city needs to take on and not put it on the resident, because it's that vitally important. And again, as part of the planning that we're looking through Vision Zero in the Mobility Action Plan.
Mr. Chairman, I understand this is a lot of information, but, the big part of the zero vision plan, there's a lot of zeros going around in this, this chamber, but the zero vision plan is the 25-mile-an-hour zone. In all school zones, we already have a 20-mile-an-hour zone. There's already a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit in and around all of our schools, I believe. Am I right about that? Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Raleigh, is there in fact every school has a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit?
Commissioner. Through the chair, that's something that we'll be addressing in its response to the prior item. In terms of the audit around the schools, I don't believe they all have them currently.
Okay. I thought that was state law. I thought that if they were next to if there was a school there, that they had to go at that 20-mile-an-hour zone.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, so the state law enables the city to establish the 20-mile-an-hour zones, but we have to actually establish them at the schools.
Because quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't say that I am, and I'm not going to say that I want to be. And I'm counting on this administration to give us some guidance. But we've got a pile of them right now pending at the Public Works level of people requesting sidewalk construction, not repairs, but construction near schools to make foot traffic safer for kids all over this city. And I would request, Mr. Chairman, that along with this item that Councilor King put forward, that these items become a priority and we find a way to fund it, because I don't think it's right to ask those property owners nearby for tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay, we'll send that to manager with the report. Good, Councilor Toomey. Getting late, Councilor. I'm tired.
My hand. So extremely important, especially as everyone's starting back to school. But historically, as a former school committee member, I was a parent who was on school site councils. This was an issue that the schools would work with their school safety person who was in charge of school safety and the police department to do traffic studies around the schools to make sure that they were being done, and then to work collaboratively with the city departments that way. More of them working with our departments rather than us coming down on top and doing that. So I want to make sure that the school committee and the school departments are at the table with this. So one of the other things that, Vision Zero, safe routes to school and all of that, I've been very involved in that as well, but also as a partner. And so again, a lot of this comes to the schools actually working with the police department, coming up with those safe routes to school, as well as any traffic issues. I recall many times asking this person in charge of school safety to request of the city for crosswalk paintings, et cetera. So I think there's crossover here, number one. Number two, one of the things that, if the counselor doesn't mind, I can certainly do it as a separate order. Yesterday, had I not been very cognizant and aware of what was going on with the kids going back to school and everything, I had two incidences in the same block where a woman had dropped off her child, walked across the street with her head in her phone, did not look up, did not look sideways or whatever, walked right in front of me. Had I not been aware, that could have been a bad thing. Same block, another woman with a toddler and two young children, and I assume a partner, walked across the street, did not look left, did not look right, just walked right out into the street. We have a lot of folks that are new to our city who have not been informed of the rules of the road and safety. And so one of the things I want to do is make sure that we're informing every child and every family what appropriate behavior is when crossing streets. Stop, look, and listen. Again, stop, look, and listen, so that we protect them as well. we need to make sure that the education goes both ways. We need to inform our drivers to make sure that they're aware, and we also need to make sure that our children and the families all know about the rules of the road and how to stay safe. And I think that's really important to include. And again, I'm happy to add it as a separate order, but if you want to accept it, that's fine. But it's important that we have a well-rounded approach to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King. Councilor Florio first, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just want to mention a few things as I'm sitting here. In my committee, there was a young gentleman. His name was Brian. He used to come to all our meetings. And during COVID, him and his mother went to each of the schools and did an assessment, just as a constituent, a resident of Worcester, and evaluated whether the school needed a crosswalk or lights or whatever. So they brought those in, and I'm just estimating here, I'd say about 60 items to my committee. And we dealt with the 60 items with Commissioner Raleigh and before him, Mr. Elbridge, I think was before him. And we dealt with each one of these items to really try to make the school safer. So I want to give this young gentleman some credit that went around and did some assessment on his own during COVID. And he has a major disability as well. So I think he did a fabulous job. And a lot of the items we were surprised. We're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's really good. And we were like, we passed, I would say, a good majority of the items, and they all became ordained, and things happened. So I mean, I think that this is something that maybe we did a little work in my committee, and maybe we're going to do a little bit more work here. But it is work that really needs to be done, especially around the schools. Thank you.
Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, I accept the friendly amendment by Councilor Toomey, and I would just ask that this item, as it reads, also be sent to the Education Committee so that they can look into this. The schools have a responsibility here, Mr. Chairman. That leadership there has a responsibility. That elected body has a joint and dual responsibility. When you sit here and you think about some of the questions being asked of the administration, we simply don't have the capacity. Schools, those folks are there every single day. They can be helpful in this, Mr. Chairman. And this young man, Brian, and his mom, I met with them as well. And I would be interested at some point, to see those things, those 60 items, whether or not those came to fruition. But yeah, I accept the amendment and would like this also to go to the Education Committee. Thank you.
Okay. So send that as amended. With the additional orders and recommendations, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.A.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next is P, request the manager to identify the individuals who came to the aid of the Worcester Police Department officer who was pinned between the cruiser and another car while responding to an emergency for the purpose of recognizing their courageous and assisting the law enforcement in the time of need. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to really acknowledge the folks, the citizens, the residents, or if they were passing through. My understanding that one of them perhaps works at Ziggy Bomb over here, for really intervening and making a situation that could have resulted in the harm, even further harming a member of law enforcement who was pinned between his cruiser and another car. Mr. Chairman, it's these sorts of acts that make Worcester who we are. These folks jumped right into play, ended up inside of a cruiser, and would love an opportunity for this body, if it sees fit, to acknowledge and thank them for their intervention, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for informational purposes, I know that the police department does provide awards to citizens who do acts like this. And so I think that's probably I know it will happen, so it's just a matter of when. But that's how they do that. They have an award ceremony. I know you've been to a number of them, Mr. Mayor, so.
Okay. So send that to the manager, a roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Haji, Council King,
Yes.
Council Moore Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next is Q. Request the manager provide council a report detailing the number of body work spas in the city, the allowable hours of operation, the city's involvement, how they are regulated. Further request city manager include in said report the feasibility and appropriateness of regulating said body work spas with the city ordinance. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In the last probably 6 months, we've seen just in one area, Plantation Street alone, that there's 4 of these different body work spas that have opened up. And these are open all night. So I'm not quite sure what's happening in the body work spas for the hours of operation, but there's been several constituents who have reached out, and in talking with the city at this particular point, we don't have any rules and regulations on these particular businesses. So I think it's about us knowing what is happening there. And the other piece of this is in terms of the hours of operation. I know that we've had some issues with a couple of these different body work spas in other areas of the city. So I do think that it's time that the city is able to maybe look into doing an ordinance. My understanding is at this point, there really is nobody who is regulating them. And I know the city with, through the manager's office, we're trying to get a handle on what is happening in these particular businesses. There's also one that's opened up on Main Street, and the other businesses that flank both sides of this is really struggling with their constituents, customers, going in there. So again, would like to get a report back on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not inclined to support this particular matter. And it's just based on, this gives me flashbacks of crisis pregnancy centers, Mr. Chairman. We were talking about not creating rules for specific businesses and the like. And I'm not quite sure what the difference would be here. Obviously, there's some difference in terms of the specifics. But with regards to an ordinance regarding these spas, I'm not sure if I can move forward with that, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would ask, through the chair to the administration, it sounds like you've had some conversations with some elected officials. What has the conversation been with the solicitor in regards to this, through the chair? It was to the, just asking, I said there's obviously been some conversation between the city manager, some elected officials, and I had some, obviously I have some concerns and reservations, given what we went through with the crisis pregnancy center and the attempts there. So I'm just wondering what was the feedback that you received to date through the chair to the administration from the city solicitor in regards to this, or have you not even gone that far?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we haven't even gone that far. We've identified that we've had challenges with some of the activity that's happened in these spas, late night events, late night activities. We had a murder in one of them here on Pleasant Street. And so right now, we have no ability to regulate or provide any kind of direction. Most small businesses in the city have some kind of parameters, whether it's through the state or through the city, any type of city legislation. Right now, we have no ability to do that for these particular. This is very different than a place that you get massages. They're not under that same regulation. And so that's something that we're trying to look into. Inspectional services are looking into it as well. And so it's too preliminary for us to understand what we're seeing, but we're seeing a lot more open up in the city at a high numbers. And that's something that we're trying to pay attention to.
Okay. I guess my only concern with this is, again, when it references a city ordinance, given how preliminary it is. Certainly taking a look at it makes sense and reporting back to the council. But when we're talking about increased regulation, I'm not sure if I can go along with that in this vein, Mr. Chairman. Just reading this again. Yes. Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All set. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
No.
Council King,
No.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, R, request the manager consider purchasing additional speed awareness monitors installed in high pedestrian volume areas as well as areas that have been increased accidents and fatalities. Councilmember Carlson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Our speed monitors, from what I understand, are mobile speed monitors. We currently have, I believe it's 4. I think for a city our size, it would be great for us to have some additional ones to cover the entire city. So if we could purchase a couple of more of these speed monitors, I think that they would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. I request the manager consider purchasing additional solar-powered flashing LED school speed limit signage to be installed at all city schools. Councilmember Carlson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In having conversation with transportation and mobility, we all know that we have lots of signage around our schools, but having the new solar-powered flashing LED lights are much more prominent. So looking to see if we can get these put in the areas of all of the city schools. I know, for example, on Belmont Street, DTM painted the streets where it says school zone, which has worked out extremely well for everybody. Talks about how, where it says school on Merrifield Street and says school before you get to the school at both sides of Belmont Street. I think anything that we can do in these LED lights are really something that's much more prominent than what we currently have now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'd like to sign on to this.
Council, as amended, everybody wants to sign on as amended? Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager provide council with a report concerning the feasibility of installing additional speed humps in the areas determined to have increased risk of speeding. Said report should include a timeline for installing such speed bumps. Councilmember Carlson?
I'd like to file this item, Mr. Chairman, because I spoke about it at the beginning of the meeting. So if we could file this, that would be great.
Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. You request the manager review the bricks along the sidewalks and crosswalks throughout the length of Shrewsbury Street, make repairs as needed. Councilmember Carlson.
As it reads.
Okay.
Council
Roll call.
Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
12U?
correct.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We are on 12V, request the manager paint lines along Hamilton Street and Shrewsbury Street as cross streets to ensure cars do not park within 20 feet from the intersection curbs. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, all along Hamilton Street, all of the cars park right up to the curbs, and I learned from meeting with DTM that this is called daylighting, so that we paint the lines so people are not parking right up to the curbs. And on Hamilton Street, what's happening is they're parking right in the crosswalks. So if we could get these lines painted so it becomes daylighting, I think that that would be extremely helpful for folks crossing in the Hamilton Street area, as well as folks driving, trying to come out of a lot of those side streets on Hamilton Street. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Gloria,
Yes.
Council Agia, Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, request the manager request fire and police chief provide council with a report relative to the number of potential public safety employees who could or are scheduled to retire from their services in the next 2 years. Per request, a report detail the department's current staffing, including total budget positions, how many of these positions are not staffed, IOD, or on military leave. Further request, a report includes staffing numbers in all gateway cities in Massachusetts and the ratio of staff to each community's population. Further request, a report detail the status of hiring new employees in both the police department and fire department in efforts to increase the number of applicants to reflect the population of Worcester. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is an incredibly important order to have done and done quickly. We are standing in place right now. We have two of the largest classes in the police department and some large classes in the fire department who are eligible to retire this year and next year, and certainly could well exceed the number of recruits that we have. I know we've got another class coming up for both departments, but we're already behind. I believe we're down possibly 45 on the police department. I'm not sure on the fire department yet, but I think it's really important that we get a handle on this and find ways. I know we talked about it in committee and voted to support raising the age to 40 for police. We need to take a look at the fire department as well. But having both departments come back in with all of this information will certainly assist us in trying to identify new ways. I know that at one time, used to have thousands of people applying for both fire and police jobs, and now it's in the hundreds. So I think we really need to take a look at all of this information and continue to work diligently, as I know both departments have been working very hard, and that's reflected in the last graduating class in the police department was one of the most diverse that we've had in a while. So glad to see that reflection and that. But I'm just concerned about the number of people that we have in the departments and how we were going to be able to maintain. And also, in addition to that, the number of people that we have in both the fire and police department are based the increase in our population more than 10 years ago. And that's why I ask about the population in gateway cities in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia, Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nayan,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We have 3 items, I think, on WPI. Just to move the time along, maybe put them together, if that's okay with everybody. First one is request the manager provide city council a report concerning how WPI is purchasing Hampton Inn Suites at 65 Prescott Cross Street and Courtyard Marriott 72 Grove Street for student housing will impact the city. Further request the manager includes the reported history of the Gateway project, any agreements the city has with the hotels in this project, and the Gateway Park itself. And I know there's 2 other WPI orders on, one by Councilor Bergman. Request that the city manager, request city solicitor and chief development officer provide the council with a report concerning any Gateway Park agreements, including WPI, any power agreements with WPI, and any legal strategies, recourse that could minimize colleges, universities, and removing real property from the tax rolls. And there's one more at the end, 13K. Request the city manager provide the city council with a report detailing ramifications WPI taking 2 hotels off the tax rolls will have on the city's travel and tourism outfits. Further request that city include said report the conditions which would allow city to tax a college property. I got them all. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it.
Mayor Petty, you're in your second 5 minutes. Just kidding. Mayor Petty.
Okay. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, this transaction over the last week, which came out into the press, I know we found out maybe a couple of weeks ago, meeting with the president of WPI, and talking about what their plans were for the hotels, purchasing both hotels. One would remain in the hotel until 2026, the other to 2030. And they have responded, pretty much because I think they responded to 2026 and 2030 is because of the TIF agreement we have with on those properties. And I know in that meeting, my first response was, we probably shouldn't go forward with this. This isn't it's not a good plan for the city of Worcester. And I know Mr. Manager, and we've all put statements out, the city councils put statements out, I put statements out with the manager. And just go, I remember this project, like Councilor Russell was saying, he wasn't around, but I was on some of these projects, and I was around on this project. And I remember, this was back in probably 20 years ago, if not a little bit longer than 20 years ago, and how important this was to the city of Worcester, this project. It was a collaborative effort between government, state, federal, city, and WPI, WBDC was involved heavily in this project. And also the former mayor, Tim Murray, was heavily involved in this project. And that's how far back it goes. And I remember Senator Kennedy coming here for the ribbon cutting, and how big a project this was. If you really think about it, we can name a number of projects being impetus of the city's success. You want to go back 20 years ago? This is one of those projects that was for bioengineering, working with WPI, and making sure that we take that part of the city, we elevate it to a certain level. and making sure that it was for new business ventures such as the life science, bioengineering research, development companies, complementary retail uses, space for academic construction and research, which we have built. The WPI has built a building there, which we allowed them to do. And so this was a collaborative effort for the city of Worcester. And really, when you're talking about these types of companies coming in here, city of Worcester was trying to, compete against Cambridge and Boston for years, right? And this was an important project for the city of Worcester. Mr. Manager, I know, and it was disappointing when we heard this. My first reaction was it was a pretty strong reaction. And Mr. Manager, I know since then, though, you have met with the WPI without giving any information out which you don't think is you should, but just curious of how those meetings are going. I'll give us a quick.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, yes, we have met with WPI. We will continue to meet with WPI. We've had some conversations related to the matter. I'm trying to, for them to understand how important hotel industry is for the city, how important these two hotels are for our economic engine, our economic growth as a city, but also the history that it took to get these hotels in that particular area and the investment that has happened at the Gateway Park. They understand that. And so we've had those conversations. And I think since you and I have talked about this situation, we want to make sure that we do what we can to provide the information and then work with WPI in terms of a solution based on their pursuing the purchase of these two properties.
Mr. Mayor.
And I remember, Mr. Manager, too, back then, some of the tough votes this council had to take. They weren't easy votes, some of them. I remember the union, labor coming in here with some of the people who were building those hotels, wanted to make sure labor was represented. And so there were some serious issues this council had to face in order to get this project done. And so we just can't turn our back on the history of this project. So I'm looking forward to your continuous efforts with WPI. And, I've always had a good relationship personally with WPI, and I expect going forward that we can work together and come up with a solution on this. And if we can't, well, we'll deal with it then. But I think, when my order says, I think the council has to know all our legal rights in this particular matter, how the TIF agreement works in this particular matter, and what type of protections we have as a city of Worcester. Because it is $1.6 million in revenue between the room occupancy tax and property tax, which is a lot of money here in the city of Worcester. And also just the competition for hotels. They're full. I had a group of people come in early July. I figured I had no problem. I get a hotel room for six rooms. And I called EC Marriott. He said, we only have 7 rooms left. And that was in July. And I was so shocked. And he said, no, we're busy all year round. So these hotels are full, at least at 77% capacity. And also, the convention center uses these sell probably years in that, I would think years ahead. And so there's some serious issues that need to be addressed. I have complete faith and confidence in you. I have faith and confidence that WPI will do the right thing and work with you and come up with a solution, Mr. Manager. So thank you.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by saying I'm not sure why WPI made a decision not to engage with the city. This city has always had a partnership with WPI. We have always been engaged with WPI. I can tell you the several meetings on a regular basis with WPI in terms of what was happening in the neighborhood, what was happening in our community, and certainly over there at Gateway Park. This certainly was no partnership. For the city manager and for myself to find out about this last minute after they had already gone through the process, again, really speaks volumes to the partnership, as we have always prided ourselves on. as the mayor just talked about, 20 years ago when this project was a project that was coming into this city, it was a difficult project. It was difficult for the elected officials. It was difficult for our friends in organized labor. There were a lot of people at the table to make Gateway Park happen, which certainly was great for our city. We all know what that area looked like prior to Gateway Park. But again, I'm not sure what happened that all of a sudden an institution like this, someone who's had a relationship with this city, someone who's had a relationship with the elected officials, didn't think that we needed to know that they were about to take $1.6 million off of our tax rolls, which meant that that $1.6 million also takes the money out of our diff down there in that area, which means it's a big deal for, certainly for Sandy Dunn and for us down there. I just don't get it. I just don't understand how you think you can do something this big that has such an impact on our city. And we know we just went through the Democratic state convention here. And you know what? Most of our delegates had to stay outside of this city. They couldn't even stay inside the city because there wasn't enough hotels. And that was one of the smaller conventions. It wasn't even one of the larger conventions. So we know that we don't have enough of hotel rooms. So again, it is really frustrating that this is where we've come to with WPI, given the fact that we've had a history of a great partnership with them. And again, for them to put in the newspaper that they're going to keep that hotel until, 2026 and 2029, we didn't just fall off the pumpkin truck, as they say. The only reason why that's there is because they have a legal obligation to that TIF. They have a legal obligation to make sure that they adhere to that TIF. So again, Mr. Manager, I'm glad that they are now meeting with you. I look forward to WPI working out a solution for us in partnership with WPI and the city. And again, looking forward to a partnership where the impact on this city isn't as severe as them all of a sudden walking through the door and saying, that we're buying 2 hotels and taking them off the tax rolls. And again, Mr. Manager, as you know, and as the mayor knows, the intent of that property down there and what that property's use was not for dormitories. That was not what the intent of this property down there at Gateway Park was for. And again, I've always supported WPI in their projects, their endeavors, because they've always been great partners. There was never anything that they did without informing myself or the neighborhood to let us know what they were doing down there. But I mean, I have to say this was really a blow to, in my opinion, a blow to the administration, a blow to all of the elected officials in this city who worked extremely hard to make Gateway Park what it is today. And again, I think we need to go back and look at the history of what brought us to Gateway Park, because that was not, as the mayor said, that was not an easy project for this city. And again, I just want to share my complete disappointment in the way that they've handled this particular project. So I look forward to a much better outcome than what we've started with, and look forward to the manager sharing with us what we will be doing going forward. But again, I also would like to know, and by order it asked, what is the ramifications to us as a city? And quite honestly, what is our legal ramifications for this particular move on behalf of WPI with the TIF? Because my understanding is what they're trying to say with one hotel versus the other hotel, that is not even the hotel that has the TIF on it, from what has been shared with me. So, Mr. Manager, would like to know also for you to report back to the council, what is it that we have for legal ramifications on this particular project with WPI? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know there's going to be a lot more information that needs to be forthcoming, but obviously from what we've heard thus far, there's lots of reasons to be concerned, particularly about the loss of the potential loss of revenue, the likely loss of revenue based on real estate and hotel taxes. There's a lot in my item that I'm asking for information about that I hope gets back in a timely fashion. I trust it will. I think some of my colleagues have asked just now for very similar information. One of the things that kind of boggles my mind is there was a golden opportunity with Becker College's closure for more dorm space, if in fact WPI needed that, to take some of those properties, that would have been a net zero as far as revenue loss, because those properties were off the tax roll to begin with. But that didn't happen, and as was previously stated by yourself, Mr. Mayor, and my colleagues, is now we've got properties that are paying taxes that are going to come off the tax roll. So obviously there's a lot of reason to be concerned. I don't know if any of the TIF agreements are going to be able to be used on our behalf as leverage. I'd like to get a report back on that. Also, there was a lot of work done on the brownfields, and there's a lot of expectations on what was going to be put there. And I don't know if WPI was a signatory to any of that, so that would be important information to get back to us as well. Gateway Park did have some agreements, and WPI was there involved at the time, so that would be important. Also, are there pilot agreements that are already in place that in any way prohibit WPI from doing what they're about to say they're about to do? I'd also say that over the years, myself and I know many of my colleagues have looked long and hard at this issue. I see on social media and elsewhere, people asking, why did the council let this happen? The reality is, we can provide some political persuasion to ask large nonprofits to not do this. But at the end of the day, at the local level, our resources are limited on preventing this. The prevention really needs to happen at the state and federal level. To that end, I'd like to also mention that since I filed this order, I've become aware of an item pending before the Joint Committee on Revenue at the State House, which is asking that large nonprofits that have $15 million or more in real property value be required to pay 25% of real property tax on all their properties. And I think that's an important piece of legislation that I wish we had known about, but also going forward, I'd like to know more about. There was a participant in the public meeting section at the start of this program that said, well, why just pick on colleges and universities? Well, to me, first of all, the legislation that's pending involves larger nonprofits, which really are colleges and universities. There are large endowments in the colleges and universities, and I'm not going to say that WPI doesn't contribute to the city. It does, but it doesn't contribute, in my opinion, fairly. And this is what this is all about. It's a question of fairness. All this property that's being owned and no real estate taxes are being paid. So the last time I checked, there was over 30% of the properties in the city of Worcester that were off the tax roll. That means 70% of the taxpayers pay 100% of the taxes. And that's just not fair. And it's headed in a direction that I think all of us wish it wasn't headed in, which is more property being taken off the tax roll. And I would just say this, that I too, would like to think that WPI will do the right thing. But life's lessons have taught me that when it comes to large amounts of money being involved, the expectation for people and organizations to do the right thing isn't always there. So I'll look forward to getting the information back. And lastly, let me just say that I don't know legally if eminent domain is a strategy we can employ. I know there would be a lot of money that would have to come off the table for us to buy any of these properties, but perhaps we could, look at buying the parking lots of these properties as a way to prevent the ultimate purchase of these hotels. I'm sure the ultimate purchasers don't want properties. WPI doesn't want these properties without parking areas. So I don't know if that's part of our strategy, but certainly with that, whatever's legally possible, we should be looking at doing, if for no other reason than just to send the message out that we're not going to continue to be taken advantage of without at least trying to legally fight back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor King, followed by Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to begin by saying that I think WPI has been a good partner. In my experience, I know this particular matter has been dropped upon us. Appreciate the leadership of Candy Carlson and others, and the mayor and the city manager in this regard. I know I've had communication with some of the stakeholders over there and being able to speak with them and relay some of the concerns. I do agree that, they have a right to do what they will. And, it is what it is as far as that goes. As it relates to Councilor Bergman's mentioning of pending legislation related to pilot, I brought forth an item some time ago the City Council unanimously supported, and we sent on to the State House and to the legislature. That particular item, we actually had Representative Erica Udahaven, I might have said that wrong, come to a subcommittee meeting, the last subcommittee meeting that I held when I was the outgoing chair of municipal operations in December of last year, and spoke about pilot and all the things there. And that particular legislation, so the public knows, does everything that Councilor Bergman mentioned, but what it most importantly does, it gives municipalities and towns the option of enforcing and having the ability to get more and for large nonprofits to do their fair share. That being said, I do know that one of the things mentioned by this Worcester Economic something committee council, not sure who they are. I saw some of the names. But one of the things they had mentioned was the Becker properties that we have. And my question to the chair, to the administration, was that in play here? Because is that our properties currently? Like what are they referencing? Are they speaking on behalf of the city? I'm a bit confused. And is this entity a city entity? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair, you're referring to the EDCC, which is the Economic Development Coordinating Council. That council is not a city entity. It is simply a coordination of stakeholders in the city that had specific interests in terms of commercial development here in the community. And so they play a role in terms of not only business recruitment and also trying to get developers in the city, but also trying to help support some of these developers with some consultation, et cetera. So it's just another a body coalition of individuals who provide consultation or provide information to the administration. The question that you're asking specifically to Becker, when Becker closed, before Becker put the properties out to sell, and there was right now the biggest ownership that was there was an entity, I believe Russ Hames has a company that they are the ones who purchased. The city of Worcester purchased 2 properties. Other folks purchased additional properties, but there was a lump sum of properties that was offered to WPI at the time for the possibility of purchasing them and acquiring them for residential purposes. There was a decision at the time that chose not to pursue that, and so I think that's what that's referring to.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, my understanding is that WPI has done, as compared to other folks in the community, other colleges, have they done, in comparison, if you could kind of rate their pilot payments? So I know we have some schools, I think Holy Cross was making 80,000 or something a year.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, we had submitted a report probably a few months back. The CFO submitted a report and a table showing the contributions by each institution that currently has a pilot agreement. Many of the institutions in that report that we submitted identified institutions that had agreements since 2009, and their agreement is still in effect until 2034, 2030, 2036, et cetera. WPI is one of those entities that their pilot agreement doesn't end until 2034, I believe. They are the most, they provide the most resources, so the most funding or pay the most taxes in comparison to any other institution in terms of their pilot agreement. And so they've honored that and they continue to do that every single year.
Thank you. I think that's important to note. I will state for the record, in my personal opinion, as one elected official, they should be doing more. I think they all should be doing more. And we've had those discussions, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, I'd like to state that, with regards to the need of bringing more students in, we know what that does for us as a city. It's important. But I got to tell you, even the Becker College option, as they vacated, the school there, we're in a time where housing is an extreme challenge. Affordability, accessibility, the lack of vacancy here in the city of Worcester. And, any sort of, I would disagree with the Worcester, whatever committee, with regards to Becker. I'd love to, I would never have been in support of them assuming that. That should be residential. We need the apartments. We need the places to live. It's evident. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I live over by Holy Cross. I've seen what a number of these institutions and large nonprofits and colleges are doing. They're buying up property. They're buying up residential homes and properties. And I got to tell you, I don't know what the parameters are, or I know there's some people that would be opposed to what I'm about to say, but for me, colleges and universities building up rather than out into the community, for me, makes sense in this housing crisis, Mr. Chairman. I know we're talking about hotels, but we're also talking about these entities building out into our neighborhoods and into our communities. I was up at, like I mentioned, Holy Cross, you go to Clark, go wherever you want, and those continue to encroach on our neighborhoods, Mr. Chairman. And, I certainly will be researching for next committee meeting, some additional ways that we can hold folks accountable with regards to pilot. In addition, I'm going to look into what does it mean for a college to build up rather than out into the community. And I think that's the way that I would have liked to see them go. And I'd like to see other colleges and universities go up, but not out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise with frustration and a little hurt and anger. This is not the WPI that I sat in the meetings with when we were first doing this project. This is not the same focus on community and good town-gown relationships, and I'm disappointed. I had two of my children attend WPI, so I've always held it very close to my heart. I've had some good relationships with folks. When I was on the education committee, we used to have regular meetings with colleges and would have open communication. And again, as I said, I sat in many, many, many meetings when we were putting this whole project together. And there was a lot of effort to work together, to collaborate, to make sure that we were all working together to build Worcester up. So I rise to ask that we look at continuing the conversation. I know I have filed orders before requesting that we ask the legislature, both state and federal, to look at residential properties perhaps being exempt. But I know that, you know, it's a long road, but this is, we're seeing this. We're seeing our properties being taken off the tax rolls, and it's really hurting us. It's a difficult road to go. So if we can come up with any other suggestions, I'm all for that. And I hope that we can continue to repair this relationship and move forward to build a better Worcester. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Councilor Hadjia.
Everybody has covered their bases. I'd just like to have Councilor Nguyen and I ask to co-sign the letter that Councilor Carlson sent out. Seems like she might have forgotten us unintentionally, so I'm happy to co-sign that letter.
Okay. Thank you. All set. Okay. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, because I don't want folks to get confused based on some of the commentary here. For me, personally, in my elected capacity as vice chairman and councilor at large, I want to be clear. For me, looking at our colleges and universities and looking at nonprofit entities, just in general, are two separate things. You know, our nonprofit entities, they do work with challenged populations, folks that need housing, folks that need treatment, folks that have mental health challenges, families that need a place to be, you know, kids that need to be kept safe, et cetera. And so while I know nonprofit is a larger, broader umbrella term, I want to be clear that my statements are specifically related to this. You know, but with respect to the legislation, that's for large entities. You know, and I currently am working with a statewide coalition on this, on the pilot matter, and looking forward to bringing something very soon to council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we'll take those three items, refer them to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
We lose them? We lost them. Go ahead.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Hadjia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes, okay, we're on orders, part 2.
What?
We get most of them done, though. We got a lot done. Hey, so we get some help.
Can we hold these? Can we do a George Russell? Hold everything? Let's do the George Russell.
I talked to George earlier about that. He's not ready yet, pretty soon.
Okay. Because I know he has a threshold.
Let's get through this.
I think it's about
Let's get through some of
11:45.
this stuff. We can do this. Request manager provide council with an update concerning previously adopted order from January 7, 2023, which reads, request manager provide council with a report dealing on the list of properties purchased by College University from 19 to the present, where the College University kept the property on the tax roll, any signed community benefit agreements associated with new products in these properties, what changes, if any, were made to the power contributions. Councilor IGI.
I will literally take 2 minutes with this. 3 things that I've been asking for a year to the city manager, understanding the bigger picture here of how many properties colleges are purchasing. Councilor King referenced Holy Cross. I certainly have a similar property bought by Clark University, the former Diamond Chevrolet. Everybody here has talked about this. I think for me, this discussion beyond the WPI and Gateway Park is about understanding the bigger economic picture and impact that colleges and universities have on our neighborhoods. And I'm going to repeat that again. It is the impact that they're having on our neighborhoods, our residents, the lack of housing, the housing that they're usurping. I don't have a quantifiable way to understand that particular impact in terms of both how many properties they're purchasing, whether they're commercial or residential, and what is the financial impact on our tax base? So that's what I'm asking about this order. I added the community benefit agreement in there because, as we learned from Polar Park, community benefit agreements are an extremely important economic development tool. I'm still unclear whether in the negotiations, which I trust the city manager fully to have pilot negotiations if they need to be renegotiated. I'm unclear whether community benefit agreements actually factor into these negotiations. If I'm looking at particular the former Diamond Chevrolet parcel conversations I've had with Clark, I have zero clarity whether they intend to develop it at a reasonable timeline. What that means for the residents in my district is that there's a vacant property, there's no taxes that those folks are going to pay on it. And thank you, Mr. McGurty and Mr. Dunn, for educating me on the difference between mass law and the pilot agreements. And I frankly feel that that's not a reasonable it's not a reasonable thing to do in terms of our residents. So I bring this conversation up in the larger picture, but also bring this conversation up with regards particularly to District 5, the Diamond Chevrolet property. And I intend to have these conversations with the president, with the city manager. Again, I trust you to renegotiate these pilots if they need be. I have full confidence in you in doing that. I don't intend to interfere in those negotiations. But I do want to understand before you do that, what exactly are we telling our residents about the financial impact that usurping these properties has on our neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. Roll call.
Sign on.
As
Councilor
amended.
Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Agia? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basolo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. I request the manager provide council with a report detailing the location of all fire hydrants in the city. Said report should include the condition of said fire hydrants as well as the timeline for repairing and replacing any fire hydrants in poor condition. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just basically to update and make sure that we're staying on top of all of this and working collaboration also with the DPW, with the water lines, as we have a very aging infrastructure problem right now, and we need to make sure that we're staying on top of it. And I know the chief is very much aware, but it's good to have it in writing. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King? Yes. Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basolo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. If you don't mind, let's do it from the chair real quickly. 13C, request the manager, request police chief provide council report detailing strategic traffic enforcement and education plan to better ensure speeding traffic regulations are followed by the city. I know we all have items on traffic safety tonight, and we have so many tools in the toolbox. This would just be another tool, whether it be the 25 miles an hour, whether it be this. And I think we need enforcement, at least send a signal that the police are out there. I know we're down police officers. I think there's some grant money that could be available to help us with the enforcement part of this. And also maybe the chief can think of an education plan where you hand out a ticket, you hand out a piece of literature. Instead, maybe it's saying, please watch how fast you're driving. Please don't go through the red lights. But I think enforcement is key in all of this. So we'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agia? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basolo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, request.
Maybe we could use those green stickers from the trash bags.
Request the manager request city solicitor establish pursuant to law regulation and method documents child spectrum's quality of service, including single quality response to consumer complaints and billing practice. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I recall the discussion around Charter Spectrum a few months back, we had an expert who was on video who answered a number of our questions, and one of the issues that had come up was why we lack leverage to not renew our agreements with Charter Spectrum. And was clear at that time, I think it was clear anyways, that there were regulations that had to be followed and notice had to be given. If they were unable to follow those, that they were in default, and then they had to be given. I'm at least back, and I'm sure my colleagues are too, to hearing or continue to hear concerns and complaints from consumers and customers of Charter Spectrum. And I think it would behoove us to not fall into the pattern we have in the past of not properly following the rules and regulations. So in the event that we want to challenge the contract that we have, whether it's during the contract term or at the end, we've at least set ourselves up to be legally in the right. And it doesn't come, I don't believe, at complaints going at the state level. It has to be documented at the local level, and I'll let the city solicitor weigh in when the report comes back on how we do that properly and how we document that. But I'm sure there's no shortage of customers in the Worcester area that once they know how to report the problems with Charter Spectrum, that those will be reported, I'm sure, in large volumes. So I'm asking the city solicitor to get back to us on how we do that the right way, the proper way, so that we have some leverage in the future going forward with Charter Spectrum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to.
Yeah, Councilor Pasola wants to sign on too.
Sure, I certainly would like to sign on to this. I can't even know where it is at this point, but I also would like to perhaps amend that to include an update pertaining to Spectrum on an item I filed back in May. That particular item was for the manager to work with the solicitor to explore feasibility of litigation against Charter Spectrum, to create an impetus for the company to ensure our eligible seniors are reimbursed on monies withheld from them relative to the service that was to be provided. So just hoping that the filer will allow that as an amendment and update on that particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think everybody wants to sign on. So as amended, to the manager.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can I say one thing?
Councilor Pasola.
Yes. Since we're checking on our motions with Charter, I would love an update on mine to reimburse the seniors and disabled community. And I just want to thank Councilor Bergman for putting this on. I get complaints all the time about Charter, constantly about their internet service, customer service, anything you can imagine. So I really would appreciate any help with this. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember a few years back that Charter didn't provide service and was supposed to give a credit to elder customers. I can't remember exactly. Maybe form a motion, try to find out what the credit was ever given back.
That's what my item was.
Oh, is that what you said?
Yes.
Instructing? Okay. Okay. So those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Council Bergman?
Oh, yeah.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yeah.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 13F, request the manager requests the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks provide the council with a report as to the time of installing speed humps during this past years, as well as any explanations for any delays. Councilor Bergman? We've talked about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be exceedingly quick on this one. I could be wrong, and I don't know if there's anybody there to respond to this, but it's my understanding that a number of the speed humps that were supposed to be seasonally placed sometime around May, June, and removed in November, these are the temporary speed humps, have not yet been installed. And, we're approaching September, and if that's accurate, and I think it is, I'm going to shake my head in dismay, disbelief, whatever words you want to use. Here we are talking about safety issues. We all talked earlier about the struggles we had in getting this program going. We also talked about how good the program is working and how it needs to be expanded. And we can't even get them in seasonally when they're supposed to go in. we're going to put them in for a month, for 2 months. It just seems like we're defeating the purpose of putting them in to begin with. So I'd like a report. If I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected. But if I'm not wrong, why is it September 1st and some of these speed humps have not been put in? That's the ask.
Okay. So that the manager is amended. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Hajia.
Yes.
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ada,
Yes.
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
We are on 13J. G, request the manager provide council report concerning the feasibility of creating a civic academy in the city that would expose residents to the city's various departments and educate them in the services they provide. Council Pacello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, we had a small working group this morning, and this is something I'm really excited about. I think it's important that residents understand what the government does, what municipal government does, and this is a great way to make the administration and the city council more transparent and accessible. So I'm just really looking forward to having the opportunity to put the work in. And I think it will be great for some of the department heads throughout the administration to share what they do and, how it impacts the city and residents. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so this is something we've been working on, Council Pacello, and we have a group, the mayor's work of the court has done this in the past. We got away from it a little bit, and so we're going to start working together. Council Pacello was trying to generate this, so I appreciate it, and we're going to move this forward. I think this is important, as she has mentioned. So, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like some clarification. I know I've attended and participated in the Mayor's Civic Academy. Is this a new one, Mr. Chairman, through the chair? Is this going to be a new one in addition to the Mayor's Civic Academy? Is it new?
This is the Mayor's Civic Academy. Yeah.
That's not what it says. It says creating a civic academy. We have one.
Well, that's what she meant
I
by.
participated in it.
Yeah, so I'm going to run it again this year.
Oh,
We'll work on it now.
I'd love to continue to participate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you want to participate? You're more than welcome.
Sure.
Anybody's
We'll have
more-
two. This is the
anybody's
city
more-
council. Is this the city
Any- I
council one
say
now, or is
city-
this the mayor's? I'm confused.
This is the Mayor's Civic
Okay.
Academy.
All right, cool.
And anybody
We
who
can
wants
amend
to participate, let Nico let me know, and you're more than welcome.
Yep.
And, yeah, I think Joe O'Brien started this as the former mayor, and we've kept it, and COVID sort of killed it a little bit, and so, okay. And we've had several meetings, and Council Pacello is leading those meetings, so I appreciate her efforts. So, okay. To the city manager, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Hajia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ada,
Yes.
Council Pacello,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we're going to, Council Pacello is going to hold the road and action plan to the next meeting under privilege. And Council Russell. So next is request city manager, request assistant commissioner of public works and parks by the council an update and timetable for restorations of the Elm Park, including its water tables and removal of weeds, as previously requested. Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there are at least 7 prior orders on this, and there is a sense of frustration on my end, and that's why I asked the number of times I've asked for these be listed, because it just doesn't seem to get done. I mean, it should be a source of pride for us. It's one of the oldest, most historic parks in the country. We just had the opening of Doherty High School adjacent to it, and it just doesn't get restored. And we're going back now almost 4 years, and I don't know when it's going to get restored. And I know there's probably a greater conversation that needs to be had about whether the Parks Department and DPW should be looked at as separate entities as it was in the past, because it just doesn't seem like things that need to get done are getting done. So I'm just asking for, I guess, another report. My expectation at some point is going to be that there'll be some dates on it with reasonable timetables, but all I've been getting is, and I'm not faulting anybody in particular. I'm just saying, it seems to me that we should be able to get certain things done without taking years to do it. And this is one of those things that isn't getting done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, roll call. Councilor Ojeda?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I agree. I'm looking back on these dates, and I can understand Mo's frustration on this, Councilor Bergen's frustration on this. It is in my district. It's a park that I would go by all the time, drive by all the time. Just got a message from my brother and saying what is going on with the park over there. It's looking pretty bad on Park. And I just question the word restorations. I don't know what restorations mean if you just got to cut down some of the weeds and stuff around the water area. It's pretty bad. It's pretty overgrown. Again, it's a park I used to walk through when I went to Doherty. I used to walk up the hill to there and you'd see it. It was a really nice park growing up, and now it's just seems in that area just very neglected, especially around the water. The park area, the playground area, that seems to be okay. But just when you're driving by, it's not appealing. It doesn't look very nice, and I don't think it should take much to actually stop cutting down around there. I think anyone that works in parks or whatever drive by, I'm hoping they look at it and understand that, yeah, that doesn't look good, especially with the historic nature of that park. So I guess through the chair to the city manager, can you just maybe give us an update on why the park is looking like that?
To the chair, to the council. So there's been a lot of efforts with Elm Park. One of the challenges with Elm Park is that the water, because is not at the levels that it should be, because again, that is natural water that if we were to do something to that, we would either, one, truck loads of water and dump it into that body of water there, or two, there we would have to do a multi-million-dollar effort to dredge the pond and create a better system to put water back into that on a natural occurrence. That is a lot of work, but I think there's been a lot of investment in terms of in the past and in terms of the retaining wall to try to restore the retaining wall. There is some work that needs to happen around some of the edges, especially on the southern or northern side of the pond there. We've received a grant, we received the earmark from the state to be able to do some of that effort. So the Parks Department is going to be providing some efforts to do that. And also the Sustainability Office with the Lakes and Ponds has been looking at some of the growth that's been in the area and some of the contamination within that area as well. So there's multiple efforts that are happening. It's just not as easy as just going in, cut the weeds, and that's it. It's more involved, but we are committed to Elm Park, and we are committed to making sure that it's restored and it's beautified as well, because there's a bunch of areas that we need to improve. Not only the playground needs to be improved, the other bridge needs to be improved. There's a lot of elements in Elm Park that need to be improved. So it's little by little trying to address them based on the resources that we have available.
All right, thank you. Another just quick question. So probably two questions. Is there a timeline? And then some of the stuff that probably can be taken care of, does it have to be part of the earmark or whatever it may be? Because again, just driving by and just knowing, what it is growing, more of the weeds and stuff like that, because that's something that we could just do on our own as far as parks go, just to handle some of that stuff. And then the other things that you mentioned that are probably contaminated and stuff like that. So there's other, I guess what I'm getting at, there could be some work done, I guess, through the parks that has nothing to do with what's going on in the pond right next to it, because it's really like an overgrowth, just probably like on the outside around the water itself.
To the chair, that's something I'll discuss with the commissioner, assistant commissioner tonight, to see what things we can do in the short term, understanding and knowing that we have a long-term plan for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All set? We'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio, Council Agia,
Yes.
Yes.
Council King, Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. That the council in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 18, does hereby vote to rescind the posted 35 miles per hour special speed limit regulation for Belmont Street and return the public way to the statutory speed limit under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 17. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. What I'm asking for is that the council vote tonight to support the rescission of the special speed regulation, and in doing so, requesting the manager to submit the necessary ordinance to accomplish that. Mr. Chairman, the speed limit on Belmont Street, which is certainly one of the worst for pedestrians as well as vehicles. The posted speed there is 35. So what we're looking to do is reduce that speed to the 30. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, 14A is held. 15A is, Councilor Nguyen has held under privilege. 15A. 16A is motions to place on file. And 16B to 16D refer to traffic and parking. We take those collectively on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia, Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we are 17A and 17B, the motion to accept and adopt on the roll call. 18A and 18B is motions to accept. 19A through 19E, motions to accept. And 20A is to advertise the proposed ordinance. You take those collectively on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 21 A through Z minus, was it S? Oh, wasn't S, what was the one we're holding?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's 22F.
That's 22, okay. 21A through 21Z, ordained on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Wait, 21C, you said? 23A through C?
Z.
Z.
Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Wait, is this, I'm sorry.
Council Ojeda,
Council Hill.
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, 22A through 22Z minus 22S, ordained on the roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, table under privilege, communication with senior manager, recommend adoption of proposed amendments to the city ordinance related to the appointment of constables. Anybody, we can take a roll. Council Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to speak because the Worcester anti-foreclosure team have been on the front lines to doing this work and has shared with us multiple times. And today we received an email from them which states they have been collecting information about someone who is a non-constable who is operating without bond and criminally illegal and attempted evictions in our city 14 times after they have shared that with the police on August 5th and 6th of 2023. And I'm sure most of us got this email as well. And so there's, as I mentioned in the past term, there are so many constable agencies, such as all state constables, that gives people the coverage to do illegal evictions of our residents. The particular individual that the Worcester anti-foreclosure team mentioned that they were utilizing one of our Worcester constables as their employer as cover. And I don't take this lightly, and I hope none of us do on council, as this really harms our residents, and that this is a system that doesn't seem to regulate outside constables from coming into our community and evicting our residents illegally and sometimes even violently. Therefore, I would like for us to send this back to the city manager to meet with the Worcester anti-foreclosure team to really get through their concerns, as they're the ones doing the work on the ground before sending it to the subcommittee. I know they mentioned that they would like the city manager to include his signature on there, and that digitalizing this would possibly lead to fraud. And so I just really want the city manager to have the opportunity to meet with them, as well as file a motion to request the city manager to create an accessible and transparent complaint process that would allow our city to rescind any license of constables who violate the statutory. Thank you.
We're going to send it to Municipal Operations for a hearing, and we can make the amendments there. Mr. Manager, is that fine with you, or do you want to go back? No.
That again?
Okay.
What happened?
So the motion is to send it to the, we're not going to vote it tonight, but we'll send it to committee for a hearing, and people can come in and go over it and make the edits that they want. Councilor Bergman would think be willing to do that.
Is there a motion?
Yeah,
So
motion.
there's two motions,
The motion is to send it to committee.
and there was another motion to send it to the manager, right?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yes.
How does that work procedurally? Point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Clerk. Read the motion is to send to committee versus, I don't have it in front of me.
So actually, it's number 7 on the rules, so,
What's that, committee?
yeah.
Okay, so the first motion is send it to committee. If that fails, we can send it back to the manager. If that fails, we can take the up or down vote.
I'd like to speak on it really quickly.
Council Kane?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that prior to this going to committee, that, I am not in support of, changing the requirement of the city manager on this particular matter, nor am I in support of decreasing the oversight and accountability. As mentioned, we've had a number of issues as relates to constables and the safety of folks. There's been a number of families and folks who are elderly who've been reaching out to us. And I think it's a mistake at this point in time to reduce oversight and accountability here. And I understand certainly, some of the reasons for this, but I won't be voting to send it to committee. I just don't think this is a way that we should be moving at this time, given the current landscape that's before us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Through the chair, I think there's misinformation, and I want to clarify the situation related to this particular item. For many, many years, and I guess the practice of the city was the city manager will sign off on the appointment of the constables. According to the ordinance, it requires a city manager currently right now, the bond, not the application, but the bond, for the city manager to sign the bond. That I don't spend the based on my entire schedule and everything. It's impossible for me to review every single bond that the city right now is signing, whether it's bonds of contractors doing construction projects, bonds of many different projects that are happening in the city. We wanted to procedurally continue with that process. The oversight of review of the application for the constables does not happen in the city manager's office. It happens in the police department. And so right now, what we're proposing here is to remove the signature of the city manager, just like I don't sign any other bond, and give that assignment of responsibility to oversee and review and do the background checks like it currently does to the police department. And then it's my job as a city manager to oversee the police department and oversee the law department in making sure that they have done their job and due diligence to review the application process, et cetera. Same thing happens with licenses, applications that happen in the city. Same thing happens with business applications and et cetera. I'm not signing off on any of that. Departments sign off, and it's my responsibility as the city manager to have the oversight of my staff to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. That is what we're following suit here, and it's my responsibility to manage the chief of police to make sure that he is, and with his department, overseeing the applications and the background checks of the constables. And then it's my job then to take that application through the departments and submit it to the council, as we always have, so that the council can then approve the appointment of the constables. That's how the process has been. That's what we're trying to, it's not removing any sense of oversight. There's no removing of oversight here. It's simply removing the idea of the city manager having to sign when at the end of the day, it's simply a paper coming to me, I sign it and I move it forward. There's no change of oversight here. The oversight continues the same, which is under the police department to do the background checks and review the applications.
Mr. Chairman, to the administration, so sounds like that responsibility, background checks, et cetera, is currently conducted by the police department. So whether there's a signature or not, that happens. So my question to the chair, to the administration, what's the total amount of signatures that are necessary? Like how many constables are we talking about here? Like what is the workload we're talking about that we're looking to alleviate?
To the chair, to the council, it's not about.
But how many?
Right now, there's 25 constables in the city, but it's not about the amount of constables and the amount of me signatures. It's about process. One of the things that we talk about in this council here is about process and making sure to create a process that is not only accessible to the individuals by creating an online process for people and constables to be able to upload their information and have a better understanding of the data and the information that's available to folks, rather than in files in a cabinet where it's manual. That has all been talked about in this council many, many times about technology, about process. That's what I'm trying to institute here. And it seems as though that now is being questioned because of a simple signature that I have, again, at the end of the day, means nothing, because the process will continue, the signatures that are required will continue, and the review and the oversight will still continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my statement stands. For me, and I think for members of the community, the idea that with this particular matter, given the landscape, given what's gone on, having a city manager sign off on these small number of folks is important for process. It sounds like the oversight, we know that the oversight of the city manager as relates to the acting chief, you're making sure that job's done. It sounds to me that the processes then comes to you and you sign off on it. Whether or not you, and to what degree you vet that, is neither here nor there. That's on you. However, what we do know is that when there is an issue in this particular matter with respect to people's rights, to people's homes, to their living options and their options as relates to their property, and how that's exacted by these constables comes back to the city manager. Ultimately, everything does, but this also comes back to your signature. So although you may or may not thoroughly vet, or you don't read it or get into it as deep as maybe you would if you had additional time, the expectation is that signature means a whole lot more than just a signature. And so that's what I'll stand on, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so the first motion is to
Mr.
refer
Chairman.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes. I also just wanted to share that, I think for me, it really is about the organizers and the advocates on the ground and our residents. I think meeting with them and to address their concern is my priority. It's not necessarily the signature. I think there's many layers to which, what the Worcester anti-foreclosure team has shared with all of us as counselors. And, I was trying to keep my comment brief, and that's why my motion was to send it back to the city manager for him to meet with them, because I think addressing the concerns. And so my hope is that we can sort this out and ensure that we don't have these issues moving forwards at the expense of our residents being evicted by outside constables, unlicensed constables, or untrained constables. I think is where, my intentions are. Thank you.
Thank you. So motion referred to committee. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Agia, Council King.
No.
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen,
No.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
No.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. Well, communication manager, transmitting information,
Mr.
communication.
Chairman, I also had my other motion as well.
But that one's dead because we just sent it to the committee.
But my other motion was to create a complaint process. Did you get that?
Oh, complaint process. I get you. Okay. We should have done that collectively, but okay. Roll call.
Complaint.
Complaint process? Create a complaint process, someone going through the process. Is there a way you can make complaints to the
Is
city?
that in the item?
No, Councilor Nguyen put that as a separate item.
Okay, so what's the recommendation of the chair? To send it to committee? Or the file?
Sent to the manager.
Or send it down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, couldn't we utilize 311
Yeah.
for that, for the
You
complaint
can make
process?
a recommendation, may the manager come back and look at that.
Okay. It
Okay.
just seems silly to create a whole new, just put a category in there and. Thank
The
you.
complaint process was to also include a way in which we could take back the constable's license if they were to violate the statutory.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not familiar with this at this point to a level where I think I need to send it to the manager and instruct him to create some other mechanism. So at this point, I'm going to vote against it.
Against it?
Huh?
Okay.
Excuse me?
Would you say?
At this point, I don't want there to be any confusion that even though I supported letting the manager or his designee have a conversation with the anti-foreclosure team, I'm not in a position right now where I'm thinking that he needs to create another mechanism.
Okay. It's a good point. Okay. Mr. Manager, why don't you, Mr. Manager, how many times have you met with the anti-foreclosure team?
Through the chair to the council, I've met with Grace multiple times, to the point where I haven't even been able to use the bathroom because she's in the hallway waiting for me to have a conversation. And she's met me in my car downstairs. I've had plenty of conversations, not only with her, but with also the courts, the solicitor, et cetera. I've had a lot of conversations. There's things and feedback that she's provided that have been very good, and I've actually acted on them for the purposes of sending a letter to all the constables, ensuring that they understand their liability. They understand that if they're going to pursue any particular arrest matters or any of it, they need to be certified by the state. The chief put together a nice letter that we sent to all of them. So again, we're doing what we can based on our powers and our abilities as an administration to be able to adhere to some of the requests that Grace and the team has provided. If she wants to meet again, I'm always here, and she has the opportunity to always meet. She emails my office all the time. So again, I don't know what else I can and cannot do, or what else can I say that I already haven't said and communicated based on my actual limitations.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my motion would be to file the item.
Okay, the motion to file.
Excuse me,
File
Mr. Chair.
23A.
Hang on, Counselor,
Pasillo, is, through you to the city manager, is there a way to get a list of what the city can and can't do to help with constables? And then the things that the city can't do, can we list who can help with those issues?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I'd be happy to put a comprehensive report and bring it to council. But I do also want people to know that I have the ability to have oversight of the constables that I appoint here in the city of Worcester. A lot of the challenges that the community and this group have identified related to constables are constables outside of the city that I have not appointed. They're appointed by the state of Lowell, the city of Lowell, by the city of Fitchburg, et cetera, that the courts or that attorney says, I want this constable to be the one to have the representation to go and serve this eviction, et cetera. And the judge then gives that individual the right to do so. We even had a meeting in the courts, and one of the comments by the judge to our officer said, if you stop at a judge order, I have the right to hold you in contempt by stopping a judge order. Again, there's limitations here that we as a city and even our officers have when in dealing with this situation. And we've explored a lot of it. Since I've come on in over a year and a half, we've explored many different situations and had many conversations to try to address this issue. Not only have I met with the counselor, Councilor Nguyen, and also Grace, but I've also met with Grace multiple times, including with the solicitor and also the courts. The solicitor, the solicitor's office, the police department met with the courts and the judges at the request of the council, and we did that. And we had the conversation, and they basically told us, stay away. Send them to us, and we have to deal with that as the courts. So again, I've been doing everything that I can to try to adhere to this issue. And this is a simple process that, I'm trying to create, for one, to bring some technology into the picture, and two, to hold my departments accountable on ensuring that they're reviewing and overseeing the application process in a more comprehensive way.
I'll be quick. No, I just want to say thank you to the city manager because, a lot of this is going back and forth, try to really understand it. So thank you for letting me know or letting us know that you are contacting the constables and stuff like that. So I appreciate that. I think it's important for Grace and the people that she's connecting with that you are doing your due diligence. So thank you. And you may need to change your bathroom times and stuff.
Okay. Right now, the motion is to file Councilor Nguyen's item. Roll call.
Is that 23A we're filing?
No, 23A, no, we sent that to committee.
We voted that?
We already voted that. We're on Councilor Nguyen's item about the complaint process.
Oh.
Councilor Russell has made a motion to file that item.
Hope I voted no.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Haji,
No.
Councilor King,
No.
Councilor Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
No.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
No.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. And we have Councilor Pasillo's motion for a comprehensive report. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman, Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Haji, Councilor King,
Yes. What is this one on? Just,
We're in a roll call. We're going to move it then.
Councilor Carlson.
oh, yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next one is request the manager provide council with a report concerning create 508 program under the Worcester Cultural Development Division, especially under existing partnership affiliation or events hosted with non-city affiliated groups. Councilor Bergman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've got the information since the last meeting
which one?
to this meeting. that I was looking for, so I'd be moving to file it.
Okay, okay, roll call?
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
I think we skipped 23B.
Oh, we skipped one?
Yeah.
Okay, the city manager transmitting information communication relative to the current practice used in the city relative to dealing with problem properties. Council King.
Jim, I have a lot to say on this. I'm not going to do it because it's late. What I will do is I'll file some orders for the next meeting pertaining to that and let this one go. I will say that this particular report is lacking. The information that should be in here is not in here. There's no listing of, properties. There's a lot that's just not here. And in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna let it go and I'll just file some orders next week. Oh, I guess we could try to send it back. Can we send this back, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, okay, so motions to recommit with additional information. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Agia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Basillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager declare a public health and safety emergency for vulnerable road users in light of 2 pedestrian crashes that killed a child and severely injured another less than 1 week apart. Council Hagi.
I realize that it's 11:30 and I'm the only thing standing between sleep and going back to our families, but I am going to bring Candace into the room today. And I'm going to bring her because this child was supposed to be starting school in 2nd grade this week, along with Gianna, who got killed on Shrewsbury Street. And I am going to be completely honest with this body, with you, Mr. Manager, and with you, Mr. Chair, that as tired as I am right now and as upset I am that I can't put my kids to bed, at least I get to go home to my children, my 2 boys. This mother who I met with today, Asha, and her Candace's father, shared with me that since the murder of their daughter by a resident, a motorist who is still in court, this family hasn't found justice. They shared with me how traumatized they are, how terrified they are to go on the street, how traumatized their little boy is for losing their sister. And as I sat in their living room, as I pick up the phone and call them every month to check on them, I just realized that this body that we were elected to protect our children, we were elected to protect Candace, we were elected to protect Gianna, we were elected to protect the child that is in a coma, and the toddler that's still in a coma, and the many other children who you heard from some of our constituents today have suffered. This body has neglected these children. I don't take my job lightly. I don't take my job lightly. I don't take my job lightly as a mother, and I don't take my job lightly as a city councilor. What happened today with the holding of a resolution, a non-binding resolution, that asked this body to simply declare a public health emergency is unconscionable. It is shameful and it is neglectful. I will never forget the amount of anger, the amount of frustration, and the amount of hurt that I see in Candace's parents. And we are sitting here at 11:30. We spent hours talking about trash. Hours. Issues that are important to our residents. But we don't have the courage to publicly say, to be on record, to say that this child deserves us to say on record that traffic deaths and traffic crashes that don't happen in a vacuum, that don't happen passively are a public health and emergency. I did not ask Council Colorio, I did not ask any of the councilors in this room to vote on the 25 mile per hour or the safety zones policy. I asked this council to say to our residents that this child who died on our street, on Stafford Street, deserves us to say this is a public health emergency. And yet we have been dragging our feet. I haven't been dragging my feet. People in this body have been dragging their feet. This child deserves justice. This child deserves our attention. This child and other children who will die because we can't even bear to raise awareness on an issue that should create anger and anxiety and angst on all of us is just simply unconscionable. Mr. Manager, you're about to have a second baby. And I have 2 children. And I think most people in this room are either parents or grandparents or aunties or uncles to somebody. And I don't understand why, after so many attempts, after so many calls, after a child died on our street and a toddler is in a coma and another kid is in a coma, that we don't have the courage and the consciousness to say this is a public health emergency. A non-binding statement and a promise and a commitment to our children that we will do everything possible, even if that means that it's a resolution. Mr. Chair, I have made a commitment to this child, and I made a commitment to her mother, because if I was her mother and I lost my kids on the street, I would not rest a day in my life. And as long as I'm elected, and as long as I am in a position of power and influence, I will do whatever it takes to make sure that those folks have the resources that they need to do the job. And that I, as a mother, I, as a resident, and somebody who cares deeply about the city, do everything in my power, even if that means that I have to fight to get a resolution passed by the city council. Shame. All I'm going to say is that this is a shameful moment. It's a shameful moment. However, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, and the rest of the council, and those who are listening, this shameful moment hopefully will be rectified at the next council meeting, where this body should vote unanimously on the 25 miles an hour policy, on the safety zones designation, and make sure that this child who doesn't have a seat in the classroom because she died at the hands of a reckless driver, will not get justice in the court system. This child will at least get some justice on the city council floor. I'm fine with the motion, by the way.
You're going to file this?
I'm going to file this, that's correct.
Okay. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was honored to sign on to this back in July, this particular matter. And I do want to say this. I appreciate the passionate advocacy that you heard just a few moments ago. And I think we've, as someone who's been on the council for a bit, it's that sort of advocacy that helps us move forward, Mr. Chairman. We've had things before us. We've had councils has brought forward the 25 mile per hour speed limit on multiple occasions. We have folks looking to reduce speeding down to 30 miles per hour on certain streets. We have folks looking for other sorts of resolutions. For me, this was easy to support. I said this before and I'll say it again. Councilor Hadjia has championed this. The issue of vulnerable road users, going back to what happened and the loss of life, and her commitment and our commitment. It can be frustrating to be a city councilor and trying to move things forward. I'll support filing this, but I also think that as we move forward, it's going to take a multi-pronged approach. That's beacon hawk, lighting systems, crosswalks, if it's mid-block crossings, if it's looking at ordinances and legislation as an elected body to make sure that new developments are pedestrian friendly, whatever the case might be. They're all things to be considered. You know, I was asked tonight by someone in the hall about the 25-mile-per-hour thing, what I thought about it. And I said, well, to be honest with you, I don't like it. But this is not about me. It's about what's best for our community. It doesn't matter what I personally care for. There are moments in time as a elected official and legislator where we do what's best for the most folks that we can impact. And some of these measures before us are exactly that. 25 mile per hour is one of them. School safety zones are another, as are a host of other matters. You know, and it's unfortunate that we are here again where we as a body can't collectively do what the mayor and the city manager did in real time. I look forward to us continuing to work, and there'll be times when I'm in agreement with some of the proposals and times that I won't be. But what I do know is that I think we will continue to move forward in a way that's collective and I think urgent. And I think that urgency has come from loss of life. I think it's come from the advocacy. For some people, it's not quick enough, and I understand that. So, but I'm ready to move forward, Mr. Chairman. Let's get this stuff done. Let's get these traffic matters. You know, I think part of the confusing or the conundrum is, you know, when folks are holding up one aspect of traffic calming and pedestrian and vulnerable road user safety and motorist safety as well, and then it's, you know, it's sort of a give and take. You know, I'm more inclined to, on those particular matters, let's just vote it up or down, and let's get moving, and let's keep people safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Ojeda.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I appreciate the energy, but I sit here with my heart racing, to be honest with you, because the word neglected was used. And being new to city council, one thing I'll never do is call out anybody on council. I'm old school. You're family to me. It is what it is. So I've definitely put in common measures. I've been working with Commissioner Raleigh since I got on, probably before. Pleasant Street, Beacon Street, speed humps, four-way stop signs. Newberry Street, King Street, speed humps. Those post clock-out measures there. Main Street, we're working on Main Street to slow the traffic down on Main Street over by 1050, 1060. Trying to slow down the traffic and put different signs and a lot of signage on 425 Pleasant Street where someone was hit a few months ago. So on my end, as a counselor, and again, I'm not knocking all of you. I appreciate all the work you do on a daily basis. Part-time job, full-time responsibilities. I get it. But those are the things that I've been working on because I understand these are things that are needed in District 4 and meeting with residents and understanding that. Have a neighbor meeting the other day. They want some more common measures on Elm Street. So for me, I reach out to Steve Raleigh. We sit down, we talk. If it needs to be put on a petition, we petition it. If it's an order, it's an order. If it's not, then we try to make things happen. So I just want it to be known that when I hear the word neglected, I'm not neglecting any kids, any residents, anyone in the city, young or old. So, and maybe you didn't mean it that way, but I just want to make sure that that's not, you know, unfortunately towards me. And I'm pretty sure other staff may or may not feel the same way as I feel, but there are common measures that I'm putting in place, and it does matter to me. Unfortunately, there's red tape, policies, or things that have to be held up, or whatever it may be. But I want to say, at least when it comes to that stuff, I've hit the ground running. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, you know, I feel for this family. I feel for all the folks who have died from traffic accidents in the city of Worcester. You know, but make no mistake about it. The counselor that held this item at the last meeting had every right in the world to hold this item. He had questions, there were legitimate questions of the law department of whether this would mean, by voting on that item, whether it would turn it over to a different department or whatever. He had legitimate questions and he had every right in the world to hold it. The counselor that held the item tonight, the resolution that seems to cover everything of all these different issues we've discussed, has every right to hold the item that she has held this evening, because it's going before her committee. She's had it in her committee. The report just came back today from the public input, the public survey that they asked for. And for us to vote on that resolution, I could see her hesitation, because it's like saying we're deciding it all. And Mr. Chairman, let me speak. I didn't speak while you spoke. I didn't speak while you spoke, and I'm going to ask that you give me the same courtesy I gave you. The narrative in this community that somehow that we're going to just take one vote and we're going to save all these, we're going to cure all these problems is not accurate. It's just not accurate. I've asked the police department, and I've asked the traffic and mobility department and our city staff to give me a list of all the traffic fatalities in recent years and the reasons for those accidents. And I have this list. I'm sure many of you probably have the same information. I'll be happy to let Erica in the city council office share that list with every one of you. I asked to highlight on this list of fatalities all the streets in yellow that would be exempt under the 25-mile-an-hour rule. Southwest Cutoff, Route 20, all these other major streets where we have fatality after fatality will be exempt from a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. The ones in green are exempt right now from the 25-mile-an-hour. And Stafford Street is one of them. We can take a vote, from what Mr. Rowley tells me, we can take a vote as a council to ask the state to approve, to override that, to include those 25-mile-an-hour zone or the 30-mile-an-hour zone. But at this present time, that they're not bound by it. The blue ones on this list, plenty of colors on this list, folks. The blue ones on this list were medical emergencies. Medical emergencies and medical happenings that ended in a fatality. We're not going to solve medical issues with a vote for 25 miles an hour. And Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to everyone involved, one of the accidents that I think of is the one at 1059 Grafton Street, where the speeder was going 103 miles an hour. He wasn't going 30. He wasn't going 35. He wasn't going 40. In fact, the one on Stafford Street, the person was going 47 miles an hour on Stafford Street, 47 miles an hour. You know, I'm going to look at this item. I have, to be honest with you, I haven't decided how I'm going to vote on it. I want the information that the Traffic and Parking Committee is going to provide. I want to listen to that information. I want to listen to the information the Traffic and Mobility Department is providing. And when we take that vote, I'll make that decision at that time. But I just want to say one thing. A 25-mile-an-hour zone or any one thing is not going to cure this problem. We have to roll up our sleeves, and we have to depend on our department, our Traffic and Mobility Department and our administration to take the leadership on that. Because with all due respect to all my colleagues, myself included, I'm not a traffic engineer, and I'm not a city manager, and neither of any of us. I had items on the agenda tonight talking about signs and signage on Greenwood Street. Councilor King had some ideas, all legitimate ideas. Councilor Carlson had a bunch, all legitimate ideas, but we're not traffic engineers. We're not police officers. We're not, this is where we're counting on the staff to put together this whole thing. And I applaud the manager and his administration for making an effort. But the narrative in the community and the narrative sometimes in this room, the 25 mile an hour is going to solve all of our problems, is not accurate.
Okay. It's getting late tonight, and Councilmember Carlson.
Mr. Chairman, every one of us is elected in our own right, and every one of us has what we believe is the right thing by those who we represent. And as Councilor Ojeda said, I'm not neglectful either. I got to tell you something. As I sit in this chair and think about the loss of life in my district, and I'm going to tell you something, one life is far too many. But I'm going to say to people, think about what I've been through in District 2. How many lives have been lost there? Again, any life that we lose in this community is one too many. Again, there isn't any one of us who hasn't been working diligently on a regular basis with whether it's the manager or whether it's the Department of Transportation and Mobility, and asking for reports and doing our homework and raising funds for those who are laying in the hospital in a coma for their families so that they can go and visit. I don't think that this council is neglectful. I do think at times, do we have differences of opinions? We absolutely do. But the one thing that we should always remember is be respectful. I'm not neglectful to my district in any manner, shape, or form. I work extremely hard, and I feel for all of my constituents and for their families who are there and still going to visit their toddler who's 20 months old in Boston, who still has not come out of a coma, for the people on Lincoln Street who are still in the hospital, for the loss of Gianna's life, and for our Shrewsbury Street young woman who is still in a coma. There isn't one city councilor or this city manager or anybody in this administration who finds any of this acceptable. We're all trying to do the best we can as quickly as we possibly can. But you know what? Unfortunately, we can't fix it overnight. And again, I just got to say, I don't like when somebody says that we're neglectful. Every person in this room, in this chamber, has held items, okay? Nobody likes it when it happens. But it is our right. It is our right as an elected official. And you know what? Why is it it's good sometimes and sometimes it's not? Sometimes it's neglectful and sometimes it's not. Why? I think it's an unfair statement to say that we're neglectful with all of the items and with all of the work with the manager and the mayor and the Department of Transportation and Mobility. Again, it's been a long night, and it is really unfortunate what's happening in our community, and we as the leaders are here to fix it.
Okay, thank you. So,
Mr. Chairman, it's midnight.
Well, this is the last item. So I think we all can say that we care greatly about the city and about the safety of our city, and we are going to make a motion, and the motion is roll call.
Just to file.
Motion to file, yeah.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Agia, Councilor King,
Abstain.
Councilor Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen, Council Ojeda? Yes. Council Pasillo?
Yes?
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, we have one more item.
Do we have one more in? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, per our rules, we're supposed to be adjourned.
Close. Council Berman, you want to wait till next week for this one?
That's fine. It's not an item that's pressing. It can wait.
Okay. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, we're postponing 23E and adjourning the meeting.
Yeah.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda? Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Motion to adjourn. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
He's gone.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
For those of you who don't know, it means fail to care for properly. Have a good evening.